so that you can give the words of opening and welcoming the guests. And thereafter, we are going to be introduced to our moderator, MC. Then we start. Thank you. Welcome.
Good morning, everybody. Ladies and gentlemen, government officials here today. You will know that the meeting today is an hybrid. We completely have more than how many people online currently now, Agnes? Okay, so given the COVID challenge, this will entirely be an hybrid meeting, as well as the subsequent actual meeting that is going to happen. And the official opening will be given by Deputy Permanent Secretary for Ministry of Agriculture. Online too, Professor Caesar Tumbo will be giving an official opening online from Dodoma. Given that particular sense, I want to give some sort of background around why we are here today. As much as most of us understand, AGRIF remains the most popular and largest agricultural development forum in the world. That is going to happen between 6th to 10th. And 6th remains the pre-summit activities, but it will happen in Nairobi for a very limited number of people, not more than 200, between 150 and 200. And we are expecting a total of nearly 10,000 participants who will be attending online thereafter. Now back to the deal room. The deal room has been one of the most popular setup within the AGRIF itself, which is about creating business opportunities and linkages among business, government, and partners on the ground in terms of making things happen on the ground. So the deal room is the practical way of bringing the actual investment and interventions that we ought have been seeing in the previous AGRIFs to make sure that things happen on the ground. And that justifies why here today we have a range of partners ranging from private, NGO, and government, which means we want to see how do people pitch their investment opportunities, the collaboration they wish to do. Mr. Kirenga, who is here today, is going to provide us the pitch on why we have people here who are private entities, government, but our aim is to reach the smallholder farmers. So that particular partnership that brings the inclusiveness is very important in this room today. We as AGLA and the partners in the room and on online, our major work is to make sure that we transform the rural agribusinesses into profitable entities that will sustain the food security, but also the livelihood of smallholder farmers. And then make the smallholder farmers profitable, competitive, in a way that they can do a wide number of rural enterprises that will uplift their life. So without taking much of your time, I'll take you back to Mzerimo, who has volunteered to be a moderator for the meeting today. And most of you know him very well. He's a former PS of several ministries that are actually ASLMs. So within the agricultural setup, and he knows this, and he has cordially agreed to moderate this particular session and provide some guideline on the way forward on the people and the running of the deal room. We had a successful deal room participation of Tanzania last year, which was very recommendable. And we see today the results of the deal room last year. In the go-getters finalists, we have how many people, Donald? Donald is outside. We have like 13 people. And out of the 13, 4 who have been nominated for the finalists are Tanzanians. This is something to be proud of. I've been always complaining. Mr. Kirenga has been always telling me, why do Tanzanians don't apply for these things? Now you see, Mr. Kirenga, we are almost there. 4 out of 13 are Tanzanians in the finalists. And we want next year to have like 10 out of 13. Because there is no limit. It's about what you do in this particular case. So without wasting a lot of time, and because we want to keep time and make sure that we don't create boredom for especially people online, I welcome Mr. Limo to continue with the process. Karibu sana Mzee Limo.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you very much, Vianney, for those introductory remarks. I'm sure most of us are aware of this event. We had a similar event, and I think very successful last year, which really, resulted in quite some very positive developments. But as is always the case, we can always do more and we can always do better. And that is what we should always aim, particularly in agriculture, which is really still the mainstay of this economy and the development of most of the Tanzanian people. So again, on behalf of the organizers, the AGRA, I would like to thank you again for taking your time to be here this morning, to share on your experiences and also to participate in this event. We have distributed a program which I'm sure all of you have gone through, so I would not like to take too much time to get you through this. We are very happy that we have got also quite a number of participants this year. A very positive response. And we are very happy again that, as it was the case last year, the Honorable Deputy PS, Professor Tumbo, from Ministry of Agriculture, has again been able to set aside time from his very busy schedule to really join us, participate, and give us the opening statement for this event. Deputy PS, we are very, very thankful, and we very much like to make sure that we get as much from your guiding statement as possible into the deliberations of our half-day program. So, ladies and gentlemen, without much ado and taking due cognizance of our timetable, it's now my honor to welcome the Deputy PS, Minister of Agriculture, Professor Tumbo, to give us the opening remarks. Karibu sana, Katibu.
Hello. Hello.
Hello, Katibu, karibu.
Oh, thank you very much. Kwanza shikamo, Mzee Limo.
Marahaba, Katibu, karibu sana.
Yeah. Dear participants, and recognizing our former Mzee Limo, who will still be our Mzee, and you have given him the opportunity to guide us through the process. I don't know if to moderate, but rather to guide us through the process. Recognizing the presence of the country manager, Mr. Vianney, recognizing the man who was working behind the scene, Mr. Mizambwa, tirelessly to prepare for this meeting. I had several interactions with him, recognizing all the participants who are present at this particular meeting. I thought we were supposed to start with the introduction of the participants before I start the official opening. And for that matter, I would like to maybe pause a little bit to know the participants who are in the room, and thereafter I can continue with my opening remarks. The moderator, please, I'm so sorry to take us a little bit to remind ourselves a little bit on that, because it's very important to recognize everyone who is present.
Thank you very much, DPS, for your very important observation. We have a slight, I think, technical challenge here for the self-introduction. We have a few mics on the table, and the other participants don't have one, which means we have to share one mic, and we have to take care of the precautions for the situation at the moment. So I'm trying to think very fast how we can get this done. Can we start with those who have got, the gadgets in front of them? On my right hand side. And then I think I'll just have to move the mobile mic. And then you just have to sterilize it before and after use. We have it, so we do like that. Before and after use, we sterilize. Please, for the self-introduction.
I don't think if it is on. It on. Good morning. I am Joyce Kumaro from Joydon Steel Limited. We are producers and distributors of maize flour. I'm the CEO, but also the co-founder of the company. Thank you.
Good morning. I am Geoffrey Kirenga, the Chief Executive Officer of SACOT. SACOT is a public-private partnership working in promotion of responsible investments in agriculture, especially in the Southern Highlands on the corridor from the coast all the way to the borders of Tanzania and Zambia. Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Elizabeth Christopher Swai. I'm the managing director of a company called Ekem Glitters Company Limited. We are into integrated poultry business and animal feed production and rural development. Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Pascal Nchunda, the founder and the CEO of Wakulima Agri-Food Company Limited. We are the processor of orange fresh district potato products. We are based in Bukoba, Tanzania. Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Gaudensia Bakilile from G2L Company. I'm general manager of the company. We are agro-processor and trading company based in Southern Highland of Tanzania, place called Makambako. We produce maize flour, rice, common beans, and soybeans. Thank you.
Housing and Human Settlement Development. Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Ronald Yanga, Assistant Commissioner, National Planning Department, Minister of Finance and Planning, responsible for planning and development.
From the Prime Minister's Office, Investment. Thank you.
Good morning. Salim Nalunde, I'm National Program Coordinator for ASDP2 from the Ministry of, Prime Minister's Office.
Good morning. My name is Frederick Francis from the Ministry of Livestock and Fisheries.
I'm Leo Mavika from President's Office, Regional Administration and Local Government.
Good morning. I'm Emma Liwa from Tanzania Commercial Bank.
Good morning. My name is Simon Okolo. I am from Ministry of Livestock and Fisheries, sector.
Good morning. My name is Mary Kipeji from Fund. It's an planning. Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Christopher Mramba, Assistant Director, Monitoring and Evaluation from the Ministry of Industry and Trade.
Good. I'm Alfred Mapunda from the Ministry of Industry and Trade, acting as a Director for Policy and Planning.
Good morning. My name is Phineas Ernest. I'm working for the Ministry of Industry and Trade, specifically for the Policy and Planning Department. But currently, I'm a focal person for Tanzania Agro Industry Development Flagship. Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Gerard Wagire, Finance and Accounts Manager from Self Microfinance. We provide microloans to agribusiness.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Emmanuel Limo, Resource Mobilization and Partnership Manager from Tanzania Agriculture Development Bank.
Good morning. My name is Edward Dagaba, Program Officer at AG, responsible for markets and inclusive finance. Thank you.
Good morning to you. My name is Barak Elia from Tanzania Commercial Bank.
Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Ravocatus Kimario. I'm the Executive Director of Sugeko from Morogoro.
Thank you.
Morning. My name is Everest Istilayo from Human Stores Mosh, Managing Director. We are producers, processors, distributors of animal agriculture inputs and food products. Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Matthew Munuka from Prime Minister's Office, Policy and Coordination.
Good morning. Isaac Wilson, Economist, Policy Analysis, Minister of Finance and Planning.
I think we are done. Anyone not yet introduced?
I think we are done, but I think we have those online. If they could also introduce themselves.
Very important.
Yeah. Can those who are online also make a brief introduction, self-introduction? I think I have about 20 or 25 according to the registration I've seen here. Karibu.
Maybe I'll just go first. Good morning, everyone. Mr. Limo shikamoo na wengine pia, habari za asubuhi. I'm Jacqueline Machangu Mocho from the International Fund for Agriculture Development, IFAD. I'm the country officer. This will be my first time actually attending the Agribusiness deal room, so I'm really looking forward to being part of the discussion. Thank you very much.
Another one online? Do we have another person online?
I think
Can
there
the
is
IT people assist us on how to
there are
organize
some
those
who are
online?
introducing themselves online. by writing. There are some who are just writing. They're introducing themselves by just writing.
Good morning, Professor, and good morning, colleagues. We're not hearing the Tanzania mic. I'm not sure if there's a lag time between the room and the online presentations.
Hello? Do you hear us, Vanessa?
Yes, now we do. Thank you.
Okay, so proceed by introducing.
Yes, good morning, everybody. I'm Vanessa Adams, Vice President of Strategic Partnerships at AGRA. Very happy to see you all and to be here. I wish I was there in the room.
Okay, thank you very much. Yeah, those are the ones who will be the panelists or speakers this morning. The rest who are not, I think they are typing their names online. So Mzee Limo, you can continue. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much for the self-introduction. I think now it is again my honor to welcome the Deputy Permanent Secretary, Professor Tumbo, to give the opening remarks. Karibu sana, Katibu.
Yeah, thank you very much. I am happy at least to get some introduction to members who are attending. And the good thing is I've managed to also capture those who have joined online. They are typing their names and where they're coming about. Let me start by thanking AGRA a lot for what they have introduced and what they are currently undertaking. Because for quite some time, we were questioning ourselves about possibility of agriculture to move a farmer from being a farmer to become an agribusiness person. And I think this is the intention of this particular meeting, of this particular deal. I'm still trying to continue to get a good number, to know a good number of the private sector that is attending. And I can still see some introduction going on of some of the people from outside the government or outside the NGOs or outside the AGRA, because we really need a lot of them in this type of settings, because our intention essentially is to make sure that they are linked to investors or to financiers, because from the, our side as the government of Tanzania, we tried to do some market intelligence, and we realized almost everything is needed in this world from the agriculture sector. Everything. And in terms of volumes, you know, the volumes are huge. For example, just maize. The amount of maize which is traded around the world for the, on average between 2014 and 2018 is about 170 million tons of maize, which is being traded. Now, when you look at from the Tanzanian perspective, the excess amount of maize that we have, for example, this year projected is only 900,000, which is less than 1 million tons. And the traded volumes in the world is 170 million tons of maize. So why don't we, as Tanzania, find market for the excess maize of less than 1 million tons? You know, it doesn't make sense at all. Now, these kind of meetings are supposed to address those challenges, because it is through the discussion, talks, and linkages with market linkage, where we can exchange views and come up with a way forward on how to producers and businesses, traders can access markets. What need to be done in order for products, in this particular case today we are speaking about Tanzania, products in Tanzania which are produced in Tanzania can find market outside by linking businesses and investors around the world. I can also give you a very good example from the ministry point of view. Working with our embassy in China, we tried to promote production and export of soya from Tanzania to China, even though we also need here in Tanzania. We made some arrangements, certain arrangements, which are not necessary to be shared in this particular session. And essentially, we registered about close to about 70 businesses which were ready to export to the Chinese market on soya. But we also opened up some opportunities for them to access soya. And essentially, the year before, that is 2019-20 financial year, 2019-20, the export outside the country was merely 3,000 tons of soybeans. Just about 3,000 tons of soybeans, about 3,000 to 3,500 tons. To a very big surprise, when we embark into that campaign for production and export of soya, 2021, that the year, financial year ending June 2021, the export grew up to about 50 to 60,000 metric tons, 60,000 metric tons, close to 60,000 metric tons, from just 3 to 60,000 metric tons. That kind of intervention is quite huge and is quite needed. And now there you are creating opportunities for smallholder farmers to grow more soybeans, knowing that there is a market. Our original intention was to export to China, but most of it, about 96%, ended up in India and not China. Our intention was China, but 96% went to India, not China. So you can see the business and business dynamics and the importance of government, private sector to work strongly together somewhere in the middle around the value chain as stakeholders to open up market and market opportunities for smallholder farmers. Now you need business people in between and banks in order to finance the whole process. Now, with respect to this particular session, which Agra we had last year, and the experience now we have, I think, very strong engagement of the G2L group, which is based in Bear, which is about finalizing a deal with the ABC Fund. That's information I have. And then we have the Wakulima Agri-Food Company based in Bukoba. I just realized somebody introduced himself from Bukoba, dealing with sweet potato. And also there is Sugeko, the Kinzimba model, which the UNDP, even the Ministry of Agriculture is also part of that initiative. But we can see now the NMB Bank coming up. And we would like to see more fruitful partnership like these ones, which will provide opportunities to our smallholder farmers. And at the moment, the focus is highly on women and youth. I would really like to see a lot of impact toward making sure that they're engaged. Now, it's important to know that our agribusiness deal room is a year-round matchmaking platform. For the last year, a little bit, yes, we did some work, but what I would like to see between myself, I think even the participants in this particular meeting, to see that it is really a year-round process. So we start something today, then we should have some kind of regular meetings. And to me, I can see it's important to have a lot of online meetings to always catch up, to see what is going on, where are we stuck, so that we are active, making sure that these deals are done and finalized, and we see successful businesses being undertaken, so that nobody is left behind. For this coming year, let's continue engaging the G2L company to see the finalization of their deal, the Wakulima Agri-Food Company, the Sugeko, and others who their engagement are still ongoing to finalize deals, but also the new ones which will be coming up from this session and the session which is coming up on the AGRF, so that we continue engaging our partners or the agribusinesses, so that they finalize the deals and we see successful engagement. I can assure you, all those who came here from the private sector are serious. They are really serious. They know after this particular meeting, they are going to be to come up with a deal. They didn't come here to waste their time. They are not here to waste their time. They are here in order to make sure that something comes up. They have some challenges. They've already started their businesses. They want something to happen in order to grow their businesses. And by their businesses, if their businesses grows, automatically the business of the smallholder farmers will grow. For example, those dealing with the maize flour, it means they are buying maize from farmers. Now, if the market opportunity opens up and they find good deals, that is good prices, they will also offer good prices to farmers. At the moment, maize is traded at around 300, less than 300 shillings per kilo at farmers' point of view. And farmers are not that quite happy. Now, what are we supposed to do? Increase productivity so that even though the price will remain there, there will not be no problem, or what are we going to do? And that is extremely very, very important. So with those remarks, which maybe have taken more than 10 minutes, let me cut myself short, and I will continue to be active participant to this meeting and hear what is going to be presented, especially from those who are interested in making deals, to know what kind of businesses they are doing and what kind of support they are looking for, and what government is supposed to do in order to support them, what Agra is supposed to do to support them. And you can see there is a good government representation. Almost all the agricultural sector line ministries are well represented we have SAGOT also presented. So we as government, AGRA, and the rest, we have IFAD also, the rest, support this business team, individuals, companies which are present today so that they can realize their dreams. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Professor Tumbo, for really very informative and guiding for this biz. I think I've picked about 2 or 3 points very important which DPS has stressed. Is that now talk about agribusiness is not about agriculture. It's not just about production, which is very important. Agribusiness is the word. Market access is really the mission. We should not focus on production if we don't know whether we are able to get to the markets. But the third important point which I picked is about strong partnerships. You know, a good example is the soya connection in China, which ended up in India, but it's still the same thing. But really, it has been a very strong partnership between the government and the private sector. So agribusiness, market access, strong PPP, we really, you know, get where we are today and be able really to make the smallholder farmers more productive, more commercial, and be able to improve their livelihood. So without much ado, let me now call on our next presentation. We have Mr. Kirenga from SAGOT, and he will be
Thank you, Mr. Limo. Let me once more start by introducing myself. My name is Geoffrey Kirenga. I am coming from SAGOT. SAGOT stands for the Southern Agricultural Growth Corridor of Tanzania. I take great pleasure today to represent the private sector. I think this is very fitting for us because SAGOT is a partnership between public and private sector. And for that purpose, I will try as much as possible to represent the private sector in this particular meeting today. Honorable Deputy Permanent Secretary, Minister of Agriculture, Professor Sizia Tumbo, and also recognizing the facilitation done by Mr. Peniel Limo, Mzee wetu shikamoo. I also recognize the presence of AGRA Tanzania team under the leadership of Mr. Vianney. But also recognize the participation of AGRA from the headquarters in Nairobi, Vanessa Williams. It's a pleasure for us to be with you once more. I remember you recently visited Tanzania and in the company of the chairman of AGRA's board, represented by the former Prime Minister of Ethiopia, Mr. Haile Mariam, and also with a member of AGRA board, the former president of Tanzania, President Jakaya Kikwete. My responsibility this morning is to highlight on the importance of the partnership between public and private sector in facilitating agricultural transformation in Africa. First of all, I wish to reiterate recognition the role that AGRA is playing in promoting the transformation agenda of African agriculture in the priority countries, and we in Tanzania were very proud to be part of the leading priority countries in the implementation of the agricultural transformation in Africa. It's with great pleasure that we see in gatherings like this, where the government and the private sector comes and sit together to discuss and plan and whenever possible, ensure implementation of what we have discussed. This meeting is building up towards the deal room side event that will take place in the next AGRIF meeting that is going to take place in next month, whereby Tanzania will be represented by the private sector. It is very important to understand in those kind of settings, it is a question of how we will be marketing Tanzania for investment. As you might know, the bulk of investment in the transformative agricultural development will be done by the private sector. The government's role will be the implementation of putting up the environment that is attractive for ensuring that there will be returns for investment, and that's why the private sector will be risking to put their resources, their money, their time, and human resources to see the transformation, and the businesses will be succeeding. Given that, and here today, sitting here and speaking on behalf of the private sector, through their umbrella organization, particularly the Agricultural Chamber of Tanzania, but also the Industrial Chamber of Tanzania, it is very, very important to see this active participation of Tanzania in such events where deals are going to be made. I take with great pleasure to understand that Tanzania's space in that particular, in those kind of events is becoming active, and we are starting to see the serious representation, and looking at the lineup of the private sector captains of business sitting with us here in this particular room, we're quite sure that this year we will have a better representation more than what had happened before. Having said that, I will not cease to repeat the fact that it is a requirement. Actually, it is not an option to ensure that the private sector participates in agricultural transformation. But we want a private sector with a purpose, and that purpose is the private sector that is inclusive, that is ready to work with the smallholder farmers, who are the majority of the people involved in agricultural enterprises in Africa and also in Tanzania. I take a great pleasure to understand that AGRA has developed a plan that facilitates increased participation of the private sector in Tanzania, Tanzania Agro-Industrial Development Framework, of which we're expecting investment from the private sector of the tune of 2.9 billion US dollars, and the investment from the private sector will be around 320. And this is the plan for Tanzania. The numbers that I'm sharing here indicates that the bulk of the investment will be done by the private sector. And that requires an environment that is conducive and attractive for investment. And this is what the government has promised, and also looking at what the current phase of the government and President Samia has started to implement and continue to implement what has been the work that has been done in the past in creating that favorable environment for investment. Let me conclude my discussion here by highlighting the following. Agricultural investment is good for business, but also it's important for food security and nutrition, which is needed for our continent, and to stop or reduce the importation and dependence of Africa from importing food from the global markets. In doing that, we are actually exporting jobs. We have promised that we'll be creating not less than 8 million jobs in the next 5 years. That is a very serious undertaking. We at least need to create around 800,000 jobs per annum. That can only be achieved if the private sector is, especially agricultural private sector, is significantly involved and successfully involved in investment and development. And in doing so, we must also be conscious of the need to do agricultural development in a sustainable way. We must take care of the soil, the flora and fauna, and as well as the water. That's the environment where agricultural activities takes place. We know about the climate change, but we also know if you take care of your soils, you're very likely to increase productivity, and in that way you can become more competitive. It takes a great pleasure to see and listen to the leadership of the Minister of Agriculture under the current Minister for Agriculture, talking about the need for Tanzania farmers to become more competitive through increased productivity. He's talking about not increasing the price, but even reduction of the price of commodities, but you gain more by producing more per unit area. That means economies of scale that will bring more money to the agricultural producers, whether you're doing crops or livestock or fisheries. The money is on the quantity that you produce and not necessarily on the price per kilogram. That's a shift in mindset which we need to accommodate, and that emphasizes the importance of increasing agricultural productivity, and that goes hand in hand with the use of technology. And that's why the partnership like the ones that we have with AGRA becomes very, very important. We have created systems that are championing the transformation. Institutions like AGRA, Agricultural Council of Tanzania, TCCIA, SAGCOT, and others. They are companies that are emerging, and also special partnerships like Sugeko that is focusing on youth. But also we see women-led businesses and youth-led businesses. These are fledgling opportunities in the agricultural sector that we must take pride in because they open up, and some of the analysis that is being done in the market with analytical institutions such as Aspires, Dalberg, and also other universities like Sokoine University and also Dar es Salaam University, and partnership at international levels like USAID, FCDOs, Norwegian Embassy and others are coming, working with us locally, trying to make sure that the systems and decisions that are being made are made out of solid research and information. And I conclude my presentation here informing about the businesses that you see sitting with us here in this panel. They used not to be around 10 or 15 years ago. There were only many, many small businesses and very few very large businesses. And in between, we used to have what is called the missing middle. But right now, the missing middle, there is an active participation now of medium and medium-sized businesses of the like that we have here today. These businesses now produces about 35% of the agricultural and livestock outputs in Tanzania. The missing middle is no longer a missing middle, but it actually is the neglected middle. It's important that we take care of them, but also it provides us with a bridge to reach more smallholder farmers, because their businesses, there will be no businesses if they are not working with smallholders, either by selling or by buying products from them. And today, seeing that they're involved in this particular event, they will be involved in the deal room. We take great pleasure, and we wish you all success in the coming events organized by AGRA during the AGRIF and the side events where you will be going and pitch your businesses. Having said that, thank you once more for AGRA and also for the government leadership from the Ministry of Agriculture for providing us, the private sector, the opportunity to make the presentation that I've done. Over to you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Kirenga, for really very good statement. Again, emphasize PPP, but also very important issues on sustainability. And as we all know, when you want to do business, and business that is really sustainable and reliable, reliability is very important. And in agriculture, reliability is about volumes, it's about quality. If the volumes and the qualities cannot be assured in terms of timeliness, this becomes a real challenge. And I think this is what we should also try very much to focus on. When we link with the smallholder farmers, how can we really, invest in the aggregation system to make sure that the right volumes and the right qualities are available when the markets need it? Because this has always really becomes quite a frustration in the business, value chains. So we still have to very much see how we can invest in those, value chains to make sure that productivity, quality is really a matter of, it becomes really predictable. So Kirenga, thank you very much. Again, now I would like to call upon TIC, who will really take us through very much in summary in terms of the investment opportunity in agriculture. Karibu, Diana.
The Agri team, fellow government officials, and private sector representatives, good morning to you all. My name is Dana Ladislaus Mwamanga. I'm from the Tanzania Investment Center, Department of Investment Promotion. And I'll just be here to give you an overview about the general investment climate and the opportunities specifically in the agriculture sector for you today. Right. All right. So, can you go back? Can you go back? Yes. So basically, my main agenda for this presentation is to just give you an introduction about basically what is TAC and what do we do, and as well as to give you just a general economic overview about the economy in general and the investment trend, and why do we encourage investors to come and invest in our country, and the incentives we give to those investors, and of course the opportunities that we encourage them to invest. In this case today, I'll only talk about the one sector, which is agriculture, but of course we have a lot of other sectors, and that will conclude my presentation for today. So basically, first of all, for you to understand, Tanzania Investment Center, or first of all, for the country's vision in Tanzania, of course, right now, the sector of which we are currently promoting or enhancing due to the 2025 vision of us being an industrialized nation is manufacturing, and on the side of agriculture is agro-processing, adding value to the agriculture products. So that is what the government is mainly focusing on right now. And of course, on TAC side, we mainly have three responsibilities, which is, next slide. On TAC side, we mainly have three main responsibilities, which number one is to promote the opportunities which are available to invest in the country, and number two is to facilitate the investors. Once they do come to invest in the country, it is our role and responsibilities to ensure that they have a soft landing of their investment, they understand the procedures and requirements and way forward for them to invest in our country. And thirdly, of course, but not the least, is policies issues, whereby we advise the government on policies which we see fit for investors in the country to make the investment environment more conducive and comfortable in the country. At TAC, we have the one-stop facilitation center, which basically means that we have a number of institutions and agencies all under one roof to enable and ensure that our investors get the right information from the right source directly from the expertise in the right institutions. So as you can see, just in a nutshell, we have a number of institutions like the Tanzania Revenue Authority, TRA, for company registrations, we have BRELA, and for the environmental issues, we have the National Environment Management Council. For the foreigners, for their work permit and residence permit, we have labor and immigration there, and so forth. We have all these people under one roof. And as you can see, all these are independent institutions, of which we have requested their respective institutions to provide us their senior officers, so as they can provide guidance and giving the right assistance and information to our prospective investors or existing investors in general. Now, for the economic trend in our country, as you can see, of course, this was projection up to the current year. This research was done by the Bank of Tanzania just to give an overview about how our economy was trending and how it was to be forecasted within the coming years. And as you can see, our economy was seen to be stable, which is a good indicator to our investors, whereby even for the projection up to the current year, it was seen to be in a steady state. Hence, it's quite a promising a promising indicator to investors to know that they're going to invest in a country where the economy is stable and not seen to crumble in the coming years. So it's also a comforting status. And of course, as of last year, we were hit by this pandemic. But even though we were hit by the pandemic, as you can see, this is according to last year to data collection. Tanzania was seen to be, we still had a gradual increase within our economy despite being hit by the pandemic. And as you can see, excuse me, sorry, as you can see in the diagram in front of you, compared to our neighbors, we were in a much better state with a 5.2% increase in our GDP, which is quite a promising status as well and encouraging to the investors. And of course, the main reason as to why we pride ourselves when it comes to investment and the reason as to why we encourage investors to come to invest in our country is because of these particular reasons. Our economic trend, which I tried to explain briefly prior, but also our political status, whereby we pride ourselves to have political stability, whereby our investors can be safeguarded with their investment, that once they invest in Tanzania, their investment is safe, and then they don't need to worry about any kind of instability which might affect their investment. But of course, we also pride ourselves with having an abundance of natural resources, be it arable land, like extractives like the minerals, natural gas, like labor itself, but also tourist attractions, and so forth. So we have a lot to offer to our investors, whereby they don't need to worry about also importing these natural resources for their investment. It's quite available locally. But we also provide them with investment guarantees. Investment guarantees in the sense of bilateral investment treaties, bilateral trade agreements, but we are also a member of the Multilateral Investment Guarantee Agency, short form called MIGA, which is under the wing of World Bank. And what it does is basically like an insurance to the investor, but MIGA, although it's under the wing of World Bank and although it's global, but it only safeguards the investors on the non-commercial risks, right? But we also have ATIA, African Trade Insurance Agency. But the good thing about ATIA, of course, it's based in Africa, but since they're investing in Africa, so it's also well and good. But the good thing about ATIA is that it safeguards them on both sides for the commercial and non-commercial risks, so it is a plus to the investor. But we are also at a really good strategic location of which whereby we serve not less than 6 countries, I think it's about 7 right now, who all depend on our harbor port for them to import their products and materials. And of course, we have 3 major ports, Dar es Salaam being the most busy one, and Tanga and Mtwara. But also when it comes to the market, our investors who invest in Tanzania, they have an access to the East African Community Market, which is not less than 162 million people, but also the SADC market, which is the Southern African Development Community Market, which is about 450 million people on average. So basically what we're trying to say is that we're not saying that all these 160 million people or all these 450 million people will buy the product or services, but we're saying that all this is a potential market for them to tap in. And especially if an investor is investing in Tanzania, they get to have import duty 0 when they import to these particular countries. So when it comes to TAC, we only have one qualification for an investor to be TAC registered, which is the value of their investment. But for a general investor, or a normal investor, for them to qualify to be TAC registered, their investment should have a minimum value of 500,000 USD, and for a local investor, it's 100,000 USD. But then we also have another status called the strategic investor status. Now for this status, it's more of a privilege to the investor, whereby we acknowledge the investors of whom, let's say, they have invested us that much, for foreigner 15 million and local 20, but then also to speak more on the strategic investor status, is that there are other issues that we take into hand, be it where they are located, if it's in the remote areas, the employment opportunities that they provided to the locals, as well as maybe the infrastructure. Maybe maybe they're in the remote and they had to, create a road towards their factory, or maybe the water, electricity, and all that, of which even the people around them in that area also benefit. So that's an added plus. So what they benefit is that we acknowledge them, that they have invested such much to our country, and the advantages that have come with their investment. And the advantages that have come with their investment, right? Sorry, still on the next slide. Can you go back? The strategic investor status. Yes, just right there. Right there, yes. So we acknowledge their contribution to our economy, and hence we give them an opportunity whereby they, apart from the general incentive package, of which I'll speak on briefly after this, they get to have custom incentives of which they will request. And TAC, being the secretariat of the National Investment Steering Committee, NISC in short, will present those added requested incentives to the NISC committee, of which the NISC committee, it includes our Prime Minister being our chairperson, and also it includes the Minister of Finance and us, the Secretariat, among other members. So they meet in a quarterly basis, per annum, in a quarterly basis, and one of their agenda is to discuss the request of these statuses and the incentives which are requested by these particular investors. So for those which will be approved, they'll get to enjoy the general incentives plus these added requested incentive packages. So we provide mainly two categories of incentives through TAC. Number one is the fiscal incentives. Now for these fiscal incentives, these are mainly incentives which are provided by Tanzania Revenue Authority, whereby they have given us for our investors to enjoy, and these are tax incentives. Now they include, for example, for project capital goods, import duty is 0. Project capital goods, these items like machineries and plants, but for project capital goods, some of the items you can get them import duty 0 even without the TAC certificate of incentive. But for the deemed capital goods, then that one is compulsory. For the deemed capital goods, it's compulsory to have the certificate for you to enjoy such kind of exemptions. Now for the deemed one, it includes items like equipments and utility vehicles and building materials, 3 main items. Now for such 3 categories of items, you get to have 75% exemption on import duty. But then we also have VAT deferment, whereby, let's say, if you have imported project capital goods, and if the charge for your VAT is right now is reduced to 10 million and above, then you won't have to pay it on spot. You can pay it later once you start generating revenues. Right. In a nutshell, when it comes to the non-fiscal incentives, this mainly includes things like it includes using the service of the one-stop shop, whereby when it comes to getting arable land for investment, we also facilitate investors to get land for investment, be it foreigners to help them get the derivative right for their investment, or just going through the one-stop shop center, the land personnel's land bank for those who need land for investment, but also to assist investors to get the permits for the work and residence permit. And as an incentive, initially they are allowed to bring in 5 expatriates, but it's up for negotiation as long as it is made clear what kind of investment that they're going to do and what role they're going to play. And of course, labor doesn't have an issue in processing their permits for them to work here. So that one is not rigid or fixed. It depends on the nature of the investment. But then, of course, also they are free to repatriate their funds back to their home country. It's not, we don't have an obstacle when it comes to that one. And yeah, so then so much more non-fiscal incentive that we have, of which we'll share the document, but just briefly. Yes. Now coming to the opportunities in the agricultural sector, right? Number one, we also have an opportunity when it comes to the assembling plant or a full-on manufacturing plant for the tractors or the equipment for the when it comes to the agricultural sector. So that one is an opportunity as well for investors to take note on or to partake in. But then also in the next opportunity that we have is edible oils. Now edible oils is also quite interesting because we import a lot of edible oils from out of the country. I think mostly also from Malaysia, palm oil. But of course, my data is the one that I showed right in front of you is based on 2018. But however, just to give you a projection of the status when it comes to the demand of the edible oil, as of the annual demand was roughly about 570,000 tons, while the local supply was about 180,000. So you can see the gap that we have when it comes to the edible oils. So, and the demand forecast up to 2030, which is yet to come, it's about an average of about 700,000 tons. So you can see the demand that we still have for this edible oil. And mainly when it comes to edible oil, we're encouraging just edible oil in general. So be it sunflower or groundnuts or avocado, whatever it is, but mainly edible oil. So that one is quite what we are promoting. So. Now, as you can see in the chart that I'm trying to show you, we're just trying to show the average total oilseeds production per seed type based on tons from 2012 to 2017, just to give you a rough idea about the raw material that we have for this production of edible oil. Of course, sunflower is leading because it grows so abundantly in our country and is the most abundant raw material. But again, we're not trying to limit the investor. They can invest in any edible oil they want according to their decision. So, but our main demand is the edible oil, so they can choose the raw material that they want. Yes. And another area is cotton and textile. Of course, this is the whole value chain, because even cotton as a raw material is of really high demand in our country, especially for the export market. And as you can see also, I mean like an average, okay, so, and I mean, generally, cotton as a raw material also have high demand in our country, so we highly encourage investors to partake in this investment for the whole value chain, if possible. And even for the production of, I mean, the process of ginning, spinning, and creating of clothes, because we also import a lot of clothes from out of the country, like Turkey, China, and among other countries. So we highly encourage to have our own investments in this area as well. For the next opportunity as well is sugar production. Now for sugar production as well, this is also of high demand, and this is not only locally but also for nearby markets, I mean nearby countries as well. So an opportunity for an investor to come in and invest in this particular area. And as you can see in the chart that I show above, there's a, I think the current production capacity, if on average about 320,000 capacity from the current existing, like companies, because we have about 5 companies which are producing sugar locally in the country. So, but then there's still room for more companies to come in and invest in this particular subsector. And the next opportunity. Yeah, now the next opportunity is mainly horticulture. For the whole agriculture and agro-processing, be it in fruits, vegetables, and also cashew, pulses in general. I mean cashew nuts and soybean and etc. like pulses, and also the whole agriculture products in general, but also adding value to the agriculture products. So this is also another area which is highly of great opportunity that we're also encouraging investors to come and invest in that particular sector, and also again for the whole value chain in this area as well. So for some investors, they might choose to just deal with agriculture and then package the agriculture products and export, because our items like avocado and soybean right now are of high demand for export market, especially in the parts of Europe and among other countries as well. So I mean Asia as well, it's really high demand for avocado. But then also like when it comes to other fruits, and right now also cashew nut is really hot for export market. So there's a really huge opportunity in this whole sector as a whole. And as you can see in some of the opportunities which I tried to list down is also having like an operational industrial park for having to process these items. So because there's a lot involved in this sector, because I just tried to mention a few, but there's really a lot, from fruits, vegetables to the pulses and etc. So they can have a whole processing plant for whatever they choose to partake in this particular sector. For example, like recently we had an investor who had an interest in making dried fruits, and I think he's located in Kibaha area. So that's just an example of what kind of opportunities that we have in this particular sector. So there's so much that can be done, and we highly encourage investors to partake in this area as well. So in the next opportunity is the livestock and leather industry. Now, Tanzania currently is considered to be the second largest country in Africa when it comes to the herd, and the number of livestock that we have. I think number one is Ethiopia, if I'm not mistaken. But if if North and South Sudan were not separated, we would be number 3. But since now they're 2 different countries, we are number 2 when it comes to the livestock count in Africa. Hence, this is quite a huge opportunity to our investors to see and to partake in the whole livestock and leather industry, whereby to deal with maybe having an abattoir, from the whole raising and fattening of the animals to meat processing and packaging, as well as to the whole leather processing, whereby they can process the leather for various purposes, whereby some people get it for making handbags, shoes, etc. So there's huge opportunity. And as you can see in my chart right on my further right, I tried to show a projected demand for the local meat up to 2030. As you can see, the demand of meat is highly increasing each year per annum. So this is also an opportunity for investors to partake in and see. And also, there's just a small chart to show the projected count of the livestock that we have in the country. So basically, there's the whole value chain is a huge opportunity within the country in this particular sector, and we also highly encourage investors to partake in this area as well. And for the next slide. Yeah. For the next slide is fishing and aquaculture. Now, so we pride ourselves having a really long coastline, about 1,424 kilometers, but we yet still import fish, and that's because we don't really, we have a lot of fishermen, but they're mainly small scale. So there's a really huge opportunity when it comes to deep sea fishing, and that's what we're trying to promote here mainly, deep sea fishing. And we're trying to encourage investors to come in and invest in large scale and process this fish package, but encouraging this investment also brings rise to another opportunity when it comes to cold storage, because if we want to fish in large scale, then we need to have a place to store this fish. So we also brings rise to another opportunity, which is the cold storage. So an investor can partake in maybe having the cold storage, or maybe just the deep sea fishing, but there's both opportunities are in line in this particular subsector as a whole. So we highly encourage investors to come in. And I want to share with you just few data in the next slide. So this is just to show the fish that we have according to the respective water bodies. So just briefly, as you can see in the Lake Victoria, according to its square kilometers, we have about that much estimated fish potential, about 3,465,000 tons in average, and the rest follow. So mainly Lake Victoria leads when it comes to these other water bodies, when it comes to fish, abundance of fish. And in the next slide, right? So in the next slide, also just trying to show you the value of fish production according to the major water bodies. And of course, according to this data, we can see that, of course, Lake Victoria is leading when it comes to the value of fish, because most of the fish come from there as well. But then basically what we're trying to say here is that there's a huge opportunity for investors, be it in these cold water bodies or from the ocean. Both opportunities are available to fish in those both water bodies, and both opportunities for investors to partake in deep sea fishing and fishing in large scale, as well as to supply for the local market, but also the nearby market. So it's a really huge demand and a really great opportunity for our investors. Yeah. Now, so That's in a nutshell, just to mention a few, that's mainly it. But then also I want to talk briefly. So apart from TAC, we also have our sister institution called the Export Purchasing Zone Authority. So once investing in Tanzania, now it depends the nature of your investment. If the investor is trying to invest in the country for any of those areas I mentioned or more, but mainly the market that they are targeting, if it's maybe the export market, then the right place for them to register is our sister institution called the Export Purchasing Zone Authority, whereby with them they mainly focus for investors who are, as I said, investing locally but mainly for the export market. And at least, even if you want to base on the local market, but at least have 80% export and maybe 20% local market, or even best 100% for export market. So they specialize in that particular area, and they have sheds for investors to just go in and establish their, keep their machineries and whatnot, or they can also give areas for establishing whereby you do the whole establishment on your own. Yes. So, and they also have a requirement of the 500,000 for the foreign investment for them to qualify to be EPZA registered, but that's just in a nutshell. And also, the next slide, we also have our other sister institution called ZIPA. So ZIPA is basically like TAC, everything we're the same, but ZIPA is mainly based on our Zanzibar island. So they facilitate our investors who are the ones who are in any of the sectors I mentioned or more, but they want to invest in the island Zanzibar. So they play the role of facilitating such investors when it comes to investment in the island Zanzibar. And in the next slide, I just briefly mentioned, like also in Zanzibar, they also have a really high demand when it comes to, deep sea fishing, because there's a great potential there. Also fish farming and agriculture in general, because I think Zanzibar, they mostly get majority of agriculture products from the mainland. And also, they also encourage fish processing and canning, but also essential oils, horticulture as well, and spices in general. So those are, in a nutshell, also high opportunities which are able to invest in Zanzibar, and also among the same that I mentioned. But then we also work hand in hand with ZIPA. So even when an investor is on the mainland, we'll always coordinate together and try to facilitate together and ensure that they get the right information from ZIPA and they reach to the right personnel in ZIPA. Right. So that will conclude my presentation. Thank you for your participation, and I'm ready to receive any question if you have or anything to clarify. Welcome. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Diana from TIC, for a very comprehensive presentation on the investment opportunities in Tanzania, globally, but also specifically when you come to agriculture, livestock, and fisheries. And I'm sure this is the area where most of the investors, particularly the SMEs, have a lot of interest, which I'm sure they will be able to ask for some clarifications or have some questions, because what is important is really those who are on the ground, how are they feeling and how are they really seeing that the packages that we have are really making a difference in terms of promoting investments. Yeah, I think probably one area which I was trying also to see whether I could have mentioned, which is I've seen is becoming quite important in agriculture and livestock in terms of value addition. There is quite a growing business in terms of small processing and packaging. And they are using packaging materials which I'm not sure whether they are produced in Tanzania or they are imported. So, and the packaging material sometimes can be a quarter or even half of the cost of what is contained in the package. Okay. So I thought this probably could be an area which, TIC could see how can we really address that, because people want to process, but the packaging material really becomes quite a hindrance in terms of the cost. You might want to look into this one as well. So now we are going to have a presentation from the Vice President Agra, Vanessa Adams. We've made a slight change in our program so that we can sequence better our question when it comes to the question and answer session. We'll hear on the prospects for engagement in the 2021 Agribusiness Deal Room, which will be followed by another engagement opportunities for development partners, which will be presented by Jacqueline Machango. So after these two presentations, then we'll be able to go into the question and answer, and I think it will give us a better exposure on really what we think we need to get informed more about. So, Madam Vanessa, please, you have the floor. Karibu.
Asante Sana, good morning. I am impressed by everything I've been hearing already from all of you today. And I know this is a huge opportunity for Tanzania, as well as, I'm sorry, I'm struggling with my technology here. Can you all hear me okay?
Yes.
Okay, great. Good morning. So I stopped to sharing my screen, but I'll put it back up. I was thinking initially that I wouldn't be providing you with too much technical material, but as I've been listening to the three previous speakers, I thought we're kind of beyond formalities, aren't we? And this is about getting down to business and taking advantage of these huge international opportunities for scaling investments. And I really appreciate all the efforts of the Tanzanian authorities, as well as the private sector, in preparation for the important investment mobilization that's before us, and the needs, which are so great, towards delivering on each country's strategic priorities, as well as what has been really a global agenda around the Sustainable Development Goals. From my side, the questions of the private sector are always very specific, very, very tactical, and many of you know that presentation style and readiness, as well as being compelling and credible, is absolutely critical to closing deals. And so I think many of you know me from previous years of presenting and matching private sector together with international businesses and opportunities. As Jeffrey has said, we've worked together in many formats and opportunities. So let me go through a quick overview of what we've prepared for this year's deal room. Many of you attended last year and the previous year, and we wanted to really learn from experience and ensure that you have the most opportunity possible from a business perspective, but also at a national perspective, and promoting Tanzania as a country and the specific flagships for investment opportunities. So why are we doing the deal room? I think it's so obvious in one light and so confusing in another light. There is a lot of investment coming into Africa. It's been proven to be growing, and yet the gap in financing is still tremendous. And you all know this, and you can see it every day. But it's been calculated to be at about $1 billion. Between the investments which are coming in and those which are required to deliver on all the transformation of agriculture that we know needs to happen, especially in the context of the Food System Summit. And you all have been following this. We can't just do what we thought was going to be necessary. We actually have to transform agriculture in a way that we're thinking about food systems of the future, climate friendly, environmentally friendly, inclusive labor practices, higher quality foods, nutritious foods. And all of this requires reframing and rethinking not just our current ways of doing business, but again, designing businesses for the next 20, 30 years in terms of sustainability. So we know as well, and I think that His Excellency, the PS, described so well, that there's a gap between production and markets. And this means diversification of markets and increasing the the supply chain efficiencies to deliver on the competitive markets that we're all faced with. And we see this in terms of food quality, in terms of food quantity, in terms of the timeliness and the storage requirements and logistics. An enabling environment, I think you're all well aware of the interdependencies described so well between what an investment requires and the legislative framework and support enabling that investment to come to fruition. And of course, coordination, which is what we've been doing now. So over the years, the deal room has evolved, and we initially started focusing on the SME matchmaking and the government engagements. And both of these tracks of the deal room have evolved and become more refined and more specific in terms of who is there, the level of preparedness. And then we've been growing the Sourcing in Africa platform, and we intend to grow this much more. But this year we will have a particular roundtable on rice and on poultry. I know that there are a large number of people also focusing on digitization of agriculture, and we hope to escalate and increase the discussions also around other diversification strategies such as vegetable oils and tree crops, which were mentioned in the previous presentation. And then there's a knowledge sharing informal process, which has been evolving over the years. And we've been formalizing this with the SME toolkit, which is online, and this will be increased this year. Finally, we do everything possible to make this as accessible as possible with some year-round engagements, but also increased online participation. And that has increased the visibility and the engagement. There are many partners. Some of you are online today, and I want to appreciate and reiterate that the deal room is absolutely an open platform, but also requires significant contributions, both technical, financial, as well as in terms of communications and mobilization. So the preparation requirements of the deal room are always significant and make all the difference in the world. And you all know this, right? If you come to the deal room prepared with a good pitch deck, with a solid set of returns on investment, with specific needs, whether it be through equipment requirements, specific asks in terms of upgrading of technology solutions, specific and realistic objectives in terms of financing, and also a solid presentation of your practices in terms of sustainability, sourcing. I was very fortunate to participate in a number of conversations, and recently even between an investor, board member, and management of one company, and reiterating how detailed, how involved investors get into business strategy, into troubleshooting, supporting on growth, promoting organizations. So our vision is for Africa to continue to grow and be a high demand and high opportunity for financial service companies, as well as investors coming into the landscape, delivering on many, many more solutions, bringing new technologies with them, as well as global best practices. And so again, as we discussed, there are, for each of you here, hopefully, a network of other businesses, a network of other promotion agencies, a network of other resource partners, and government officials who are participating and engaging and benefiting from a transaction-focused and a results-focused platform within the AGRF. And so just some numbers quickly. You've seen the growth of diversification of countries and companies participating. And from our perspective, it's just as important for small companies, and you can see this, who are looking to fundraise $100,000 equivalent as it is for companies who are looking for $5 million. But of course, and you know this as well as I do, there are constraints, and we know that it's harder for investors to invest in small ticket size investments. And it's harder for this to be cost effective. And so it requires as much work and selling and preparation as a larger investment. There's also a lot of early stage businesses, and we know that that's where the growth of all these economies are going to come from. We want to see more and better early stage businesses, but they require a different kind of investors and preparedness than mature businesses who have a long-standing track record. Doesn't mean that investments don't come through. In fact, there are specific investors we've been looking at who really favor and interest digital early stage investments, youth early stage investments. But you don't want to be matched. For example, if your business annual turnover is say $500,000 equivalent in Tanzanian shillings, you don't want to try and talk to IFC. That's the wrong partner for you to be talking to, for example. And so it's really harder to find the right kinds of investors. And sometimes they may be just sitting right next to you. It could be in the room with you right now. It could be your neighbor down the street, but you want to make that as investment as beneficial and serious and profitable for you as for the investor. And some of the companies we visited in Tanzania last month told us about how family and friends and other partners have been investing together to grow your businesses. But we also think your supply chain can be part of your investment community. Maybe the inputs providers, maybe some of the equipment providers are interested in growing their supply chains and also investing. And so that's where the Sourcing in Africa track of the deal room really has started to gain a lot of traction. And this is just an overview of some of the knowledge sharing sessions which will be taking place. Again, this is starting on the 6th of September and will be running all week. So my suggestion for that week is that you gear up, you get maybe a group of people together, lots of tea and coffee and snacks, and you settle in for a fantastic event, which we're very excited about. And we, again, already the AGRF has several thousand registrations. Unfortunately, due to COVID, we won't have as many people in person as we had hoped. When I was there last month, we talked about a number of you actually physically coming to Nairobi. Unfortunately, I think people are being cautious about the spread of COVID, and we can have smaller groups in each country joining online and benefiting still from the momentum, the excitement, the visibility, the exchange, the intensity, and of course, the huge need and opportunities that we see across the continent for growing the agriculture and food processing and supply chain from farm all the way to fork, all the way to markets, all the way to even engaging consumers in a different way, in a different conversation. So I look forward to hearing from all of you more, seeing you all grow in your businesses and your flagships. And I'm with Jeffrey. If we can get $3 billion invested in Tanzania in the next 3 to 5 years, growing the agro-industrialization strategy and growing the entire ecosystem, all ships will rise with a rising tide. And we know that clustering growth is absolutely proven to be a way to expedite these long processes. So very, very best to all of you, and I am happy to stay on for a little bit, answer some questions. Our teams are there, and so you can learn more probably from each other than what I've presented. I wish you all the best. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Vanessa, for that presentation on this really still very big gap, which has to be mobilized for transforming agriculture in Africa and in Tanzania in particular, and the opportunities that could be accessed under the Agribusiness deal room. Now let me call upon Jacqueline Machangu from IFAD to give us some impressions on the engagement opportunities from our development partners. Jacqueline, karibu.
Good morning, everyone again. Am I audible enough?
We can, okay. We can hear you, we can see you, karibu.
So I'll take you briefly in terms of the different engagements that we have, both for how we engage public as well as private sector. As you all know, IFAD is an international financial institution, and that I don't have to go through it again. But our mode of working is actually through the government, and that is IFAD's main implementing partner. And having said that, it does not mean we do not work with other partners. We do, and I'll take you through the different instruments that we have. But perhaps very quickly, I would like to also talk a little bit about, what we are currently doing in the country. Right now, IFAD has a sovereign program, a public sector opportunity through lending called Agriculture and Fisheries Development Program. And the program was approved December 2020, and it's yet to be launched. We're hoping maybe it will be launched around October this year. As it's called, it's actually, it deals with two sectors, fishery and agriculture. And on the agriculture side, we're focusing on 3 value chains, which is sunflower, beans, and maize, and also fisheries and aquaculture on the fishery side. It covers around 41 districts in the central corridor, and it's a 6-year program. So the AFDP itself has 2 components, major components. The first one is about enhancing productivity of crop seeds, as well as fisheries and aquaculture. And in that, we'll be working with ASA, TARI, as well as TOSCI to produce early generation seeds, multiplication, and also certification of those seeds. On the fishing side, we're supporting artisanal fishing by providing fishing gears to artisanal fishers, as well as supporting aquaculture demonstration centers, the ADCs. And if you have heard from Madam President, we're also procuring 8 fishing vessels for deep sea fishing. Can you hear me?
We can hear you, Jacqueline, please continue.
Because I heard somebody talking. So yeah, so we're procuring also 8 fishing vessels for deep sea fishing. 4 will be for mainland and 4 for Zanzibar, and those will be done sustainably through FOP arrangement. We're hoping to have a joint venture arrangement with the government as well as private sector. On the second component, it's more on improving market access and value chain addition and private sector development. So here we'll be doing more of linkages or providing linkages between agro dealers and farmers. We'll be supporting livelihoods of coastal communities. We'll also be working with women and youth in terms of activities such as drying of daga, the small pelagic fish, using environmentally friendly technologies like solar dryers and tents. We'll also be working with fish organizations to streamline marketing arrangements and process from sea to markets. So basically, there's a lot of activities going on, including development of cold storage facilities, construction of fish markets. It's quite a number of activities. But within this public sector portfolio, private sector partners are also engaged, or there's room for private sector to be engaged in different areas. And that is how IFAD works at the country level. We use the portfolio approach, where we work with the government as well as the private sector together in one portfolio. So in fact, IFAD's private sector funding, which is normally called the non-sovereign opportunities funding, is normally closely linked with the public sector activities in order to take advantage for any synergies as well as lessons between the two, the private sector as well as public. So doing this also reinforces our country strategy in the sense that the private sector is a part of a larger strategy than using opportunistic private sector investments in agriculture. But this is also, for IFAD, this is also a good way to ensure that all our partners that we're working with within the public sector portfolio are all aligning to government priorities within the ASLMs. So as I mentioned before, there'll be several or numerous opportunities within the public portfolio for the AFDP. But another opportunity for private sector also to participate is under the new country strategy that we are just formulating now. We're not done yet, so we really do not know what direction we're taking. We're having, I think, the validation workshop around September, and I think it will give us a direction in terms of what sectors we'll be leaning on, or will be leaning on. So once that is done, that's also another room for private sector and public sector to actually come together. So that's on the sovereign programs, on the public sector portfolio. But within private sector, IFAD also has opportunities for private sector or through direct funding without joining the public sector portfolio. So the first one is called the private sector funding or private sector trust fund, or NSO, which is a direct investment instrument to private sector from IFAD, and working directly with farmers or farm organizations, NGOs, CSOs. But this is a fairly new window. It was only established in 2019, so it's still at a very nascent stage. However, other countries have used this. It's my mission to see if Tanzania can also qualify to fund a few private sector organizations on this particular window. In fact, we have started collecting applications already. The funding cap for this window is very small, but it's good enough for small companies. It's around 5 million, and it's normally one per country per year. So that is on the private sector development fund, or the NSO. The next one, which I think also Vanessa touched a little bit on it, is the ABC, and Agra is a part of that, including EU as well. This is the Agribusiness Capital Fund, which is financing opportunities through direct funding to legally registered farm organizations and SMEs. So for this particular window, IFAD provides capital and identify pipeline activities as well as partnerships, such as what's going to happen in the deal room, but IFAD does not manage the fund. So the ABC is actually managed externally with independent managers. I think it's Bamboo and Injaro. So this too is also an opportunity for private sector to participate in. And the third window is called ASA Plus. Now, this one is adaptation for smallholder agriculture program, ASAP. This one was launched a little bit before the NSO. So it has been around for quite a while. In fact, it has already served around 41 countries, and it has helped to cope with impacts of climate change. It was launched in 2012, and it's a flagship program for channeling climate and environmental finance to smallholder farmers. So as I said, it's been around for a while, and the capital is much larger than what you have on the first window. And this could be through a loan or through a grant. So what does it actually do? So it seeks to design programs from a climate-informed perspective, basically, by strengthening participation of both public as well as private sector in climate change adaptation and mitigation activities. So those are the three windows within IFAD that private sector can participate, either through the public sector portfolio or through direct funding. I'll just like maybe to speak a little bit also in terms of the Agriculture Working Group. As part of the new leadership of the Agriculture Working Group starting August 2021, we strongly believe that engaging private sector is an area that probably needs more coherent and coordinated efforts, but also a sustained engagement going forward. And if you're like me, I believe you will agree with me that this time around, we have a government that is willing to engage private sector. And a case in point is when the Minister of Agriculture had a meeting with the Agriculture Working Group members, which certainly to us symbolizes that they're ready to listen and work together with partners. And this is not just VPs, but also NGOs and CSOs. We have heard, previous speakers also talking about this. So for us, this is a great opportunity also for DPs to comfortably engage private sector in our activities. So, and when talking about private sector, I mean beyond smallholder farmers. And I've scanned through quickly, when we're doing the introductions, and I see quite a number of those, a number of companies, even MFIs, traders, processors. So to conclude, we as Agriculture Working Group strongly believe that deepening our partnership with private sector definitely will yield better rural outcomes. And lastly, before I conclude, I know perhaps there'll be a few of you who will be interested to apply to some of the windows that I mentioned in the instruments. I'm going to leave my contact information in the chat room. And the deadline, as I said, is actually September 15th. We've collected quite a number, and the process is quite competitive, but I encourage you also to all apply. And maybe one more thing, Vanessa spoke a little bit about, actually extensively about the upcoming September summit. IFAD is leading in the theme of rural climate finance, and ASA Plus is also a convenient avenue to access climate finance funding. So we encourage partners who are part of this event to also apply. So thank you so much. Nashukuru sana.
Thank you very much, Jacqueline from IFAD, on the presentation, the collaborative program between IFAD and the government in terms of the public, but also the opportunities for the private sector. Ladies and gentlemen, I think now is really the right time to hear from the participants in terms of the presentation that have been made so far. What has really come out of this in terms of their expectations, particularly the medium and small scale investors in agriculture. So now we'll have a brief session on the question and answer. Anybody in the room or online who would like to ask a question or some clarification or make a comment on the presentations made so far, particularly on the opportunities for investment, the packages for investment regimes, the challenges in transformation of agriculture in Tanzania. We always talk of huge potential. Like TIC said, we are, second in terms of the livestock numbers. But what do these livestock numbers mean? Do we just end up with livestock numbers while we're importing milk, or we're importing dairy products, but we're biggest in numbers, in livestock numbers? So I think these are the practical issues I think we should really be focusing on. How do we really mobilize private sector investment all across the chain, the big ones, to exploit this huge potential? And then we can talk about productivity, and production, and business, and not just Karibuni.
Contribution.
Karibu from
Yes.
Karibu Sujeko.
Asante sana. Mine is on 3 issues. First of all, thank you for organizing this event. But actually, if we want to see farmers getting involved into agriculture, we need to respond quickly to the market needs, to support farmers to respond quickly to the market needs. The issues of access to market, sometimes it's not a problem. The problem is how we support our farmers to access those markets. We talk of the issues of market, or of maize, for instance. And we see these farmers, they don't have the market for maize. But actually, the demand for maize is quite high. The only problem, how are we coordinating these farmers to produce the right maize that is needed in the market? I had an opportunity to meet with the Smart Group company from Egypt. They are here in Tanzania. They were looking for 1 million metric ton of yellow corn maize. But we have farmers in Ruvuma who have maize, but these are the white maize. If we don't respond to the market need, there is no way we can help our farmers to meet the market. We will always keep on saying we want to support our small-scale farmers, but they produce, they don't sell. Why? Because we don't help them to produce the right products that is needed to the markets. Not only with the export markets. I know Ekim Glitter is here, she's here. I don't know if she's now looking for the yellow maize, she will find that yellow maize in Tanzania. Now, the second issue of pricing, and this is a problem. We normally price our products based on last year's price. To me, this is wrong, because we need to price based on the production cost and also based on the market. If someone comes to you and says, I want to buy this, you will compare with the market price. Why? Because the productivity is low, and then we cannot respond to the market. But there are issues of responding to the market barrier as well, from the government side. We want to access the market, but now sometimes the systems does not speak to each other. You will have this side, you go this side, you get a tick, go, but when you go to the other side, there is a block. And now we need to respond quickly to respond to the barriers that are hindering us to access the market. On financing, I think we are putting a wrong foot when we want to support agriculture in terms of financing. I always say, from our experience, we have 2 lines of support when it comes to financing. There is the commercial line. There is no problem with the commercial line because the banks can offer those commercial lines. But the non-commercial part, the issues of opening up the roads, the issues of making an access road to the farm, the issues of supporting or training farmers, banks are not interested in that. But this is something that can be done by the other partners. We have developed our model, the business model. We really have the market for the produce we want to produce. Now, when it comes to go to develop the farms, because we don't have the farms, we have the bush farms, the bushland. You want to change that bushland into a farm so that the bank can come in and put the finance. Nani anaye support sasa hivi kusafisha mashamba? Mimi nilifikiri labda serikali ifike mahali iseme sasa tumepata soko, kwa mfano ile soko la mahindi la Egypt wanahitaji tani 1,000,000. Tusaidie tuende Rukwa au tuende Morogoro, tu clear ekari 10,000 zitoke kwenye bush ziwe shamba. Infrastructure hizo zikishawekwa, watu waje wazalishe, and then slowly they can pay back. Lakini mnasema tuna support farmers kwa kuimba tu, tunaimba tunasema tuta support farmers, alafu mapori yamebaki hapo, hakuna mtu anayesaidia hilo pori kuwa shamba. Nataka hao wakulima waende wauze, alafu tupate fedha. How? Personally, this week nimetoka Egypt. Productivity yao ya maize ni 4 tons per acre. Hiyo yellow maize 4 tons. Hivi kweli kwa Mtanzania leo unaweza kushindana na mtu anayezalisha tani 4 kwenye eka moja wakati unazalisha 1.5 tons? Hata ukienda kwenye soko you cannot compete. Kwa hiyo tunatakiwa tuangalie mahali pa kufinance na namna ya kuweka mguu wetu kwenye kufanya financing. Pale ambapo non-financial parts ndio tatizo kubwa. Hayo mengine benki za kibiashara zitasaidia. Asante.
Thank you very much for very important points, and particularly in terms of investment. National capital appears to be not a really big issue. It can be handled from the commercial banks, but the development part, which is more of a long-term financing, which is really a major, constraint. And I think this is where the PPP arrangements can really be of quite, good, assistance in this area. I think we need to venture more. I don't know to what extent our bank on TIDB is actually, assisting in this, but this is basically the area that the TIB is supposed to, in my view, to focus on long-term development finance, because agriculture development is long-term. It's low-cost financing. If you go with commercial rates, really it's very difficult for agriculture, whether it is crops or livestock or fisheries. Thank you very much. Another comment? Karibu.
Asante. Mimi naitwa Joseph Migunda, ni BDS provider. Natokea kampuni ya Tab BDS. Kuna interesting story alitoa Professor Tumbo wakati anaanza ya partnership ambayo embassy ya China ilifacilitate. Na hapa mwishoni nimesikia Jacqueline wa IFAD anazungumzia kwamba wao wanafanya kazi direct na serikali. I would wish to know how much effort is the government putting to multiply the model ile ya China ili kutengeneza impact kubwa zaidi huku, kwa sababu kama waliweza kumove kutoka kwenye kusupply tani 3,000 mpaka kwenye tani 60,000, I think if we have such effort directed to many other embassies, automatically tutakuwa na manufaa ya moja kwa moja. Lakini pia nataka kufahamu hizo engagement ambazo IFAD wanazo na serikali ziko kwenye engo gani? Is it also directed to, like, say, supporting supporting government systems that are there to serve in agriculture, or it is the support that is also coming back to stimulating the participation of the private sector and making sure that really the government is making sense when it comes to the transformation of agriculture agenda? Thank you.
Thank you very much. Comment? Karibu.
Okay, thank you. My name is Salim. I have some few comments, very few, and first of all, to thank all the presenters for the very good presentation, particularly the TIC, IFAD, and the AGRIF personnel. But I'm looking on the perspective of private sector participation in transformation of the agricultural agenda. And we know for sure that for our country, almost more than 80, if not 90% of what we are producing, whether in crops or livestock and even fisheries, are being done by very, very small scale holder or small scale farmers. And this being translated that you find when you want to see the private sector, the visibility of private sector sometimes it's very hard to recognize it because we want to transform the agriculture, but bear in mind that it's like transforming the 90% of the producers, the small scale producer, into another thing. So in our perspective, I think that we may go beyond this by looking on the very potential private sector entrepreneurs who will also lead into the so-called aggregation perspective of the produce. And therefore, by doing that, we may be in a position to have the visibility of the private sector in its real angle when it comes to the nature of the production in this country. And therefore, any company that is prominent private sector company could probably also look into how best they can do this aggregation and thereby capturing most of the non-visible private sector, of which are majority in this country. We are talking on the small scale farmers. Actually, that's what I have to comment on this. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Comment? Yeah, Karibu.
Yeah, thank you. Once again, my name is Pascal Nchunda from Wakulima Agri-Food. And my concern is on the public sector with regard to the issues of policies we make. And if we flash back to the villages where we have come from, most of us are from the villages. How do we see the farmers struggling to make the ends meet? How are they engaged in the agriculture? What is the infrastructure? How are the policies? What are the policies we make to make sure that we can support these farmers to improve their productivity? As the moderator said that for agriculture, you need two things, quality and quantity. Even Mr. Kimario said, the issue is not the market. The market is there. But how much do we produce? So if you see the farmers, most of the farmers are not bankable. They cannot approach the local banks and get the micro credits. The TADB is doing its best, but it's not enough. When you go to the policies, de-risking is not well managed by the government. The farmers have farms, but they cannot be used as the collaterals. Now, how can they make progress? I think we need to look at on our policies to see how these farmers can really be brought on board and participate fully in transforming agriculture. For the private sector, we are doing our part. But when you go to the farmers and you want to get the quality produce and the large quantities we need to feed our processing facilities, then you find the issue that you need to engage in training the farmers on good agronomic practices, on post-harvest losses, the post-harvest handling issues. So there are a lot of things that need really to be addressed by the government, but the government is really still not doing well. I think when we are working with these development partners like IFAD, AGRA, we need to put some strong mechanisms and strategies which can really address these challenges that are hindering the production at the grassroots level. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Important comment. I think together is that there are none really physical infrastructure. I think on the physical infrastructure, the government is doing all it can in the meantime, including electrifying all the rural communities. There are still some challenges at the level of the feeder roads. I think in terms of infrastructure, in terms of power, in terms of water supply, probably they are doing the most they can do. I think I'm getting the technical part, the farmers, capacity build of the farmers really to have the knowledge of the product which is really required for the market and be able to deliver it to the business community, to the market. And this is what we are saying, that the public sector needs to do more on this, whether it is in terms of extension services or whatever the case may be. And I think recently we have a very interesting work from the Ministry of Agriculture, which has really been pushing a lot in terms of seeds. They are focusing on 3 regions, Dodoma, Manyara, I think Simiyu, and they are putting all their efforts to link farmers through their AMCOS, provide them with the extension staff, provide them with knowledge and equipment in terms of motorbikes and so forth. So could you see how these initiatives really could probably be scaled up in other areas, also in other value chains? So it is the focused approach which I think really can probably make a difference on the ground.
Okay, thank you. Good morning once again. I would like just to appreciate for the presenters. They have presented comprehensive presentation and things of the like, so I really appreciate. But what I wanted just to speak is on the matter of financing. As Kimario has stated, you can see farmers in Tanzania, you can see, are concentrated with these small and medium enterprises, where you can see working capital, capital itself is a matter of survival. So now I would like just to add for the bankers and financial institutions, they can come up with this we call trade finance solutions. As far as we have this what we call contracts and things of the like, if we get access to, we have the contract, for instance, in Egypt, that there is demand. So through the contract, we can finance through this we call trade finance solution, like the documentary credit, documentary correction, and things of the like, including the bank guarantee and the supply chain finance facilities. Thank you.
Very much for the banks.
Sorry, Mzerimo, maybe I should add 2 comments from online. One is Victor Sage is asking, what are the capital requirements for East Africa / Tanzania investor? What are capital requirements? Maybe TIC can respond to that later. Another one is Anonymous is asking, I do not seem to have picked up the need or opportunity to invest in smallholder farmers. That is, smallholder farmers being investment targets or objectives, considering their current in food production in Tanzania. Opportunity to invest in smallholder farmers, that if the smallholder farmers being investors, investment target or objective, considering their current in food production in Tanzania. Thank you. Those are from online. So if there will be a question, a contribution, the respective people, they can contribute on that.
Thank you very much. I think now we may want to go back to the speakers or presenters in terms of the comments or questions that have been raised so far, if they feel there is some responses that they needed to give in terms of feedback. There's the issue of financing, pricing of agricultural products, particularly in terms of long-term financing. Maybe that one has been answered by the representative from the banks here. And I think this is what the government is actually promoting, to formalize the smallholder farmers. We know the smallholder farmers in terms of the crop and livestock, they are the biggest private sector, they are all private. The only difference is that they are not really formally organized. So once they are organized, they have strong institutions you know, like the cooperatives. If we have strong AMCOs, this will really be able to bring together all these small operators, and they will be able to really access finance on a more reliable and probably cheaper. Because the issue is how to reduce the risk of the beneficiaries of the credit. How do you track them, the records? But if they form organizations, is an AMCOS which is performing, it has to be performing. It is a track record, strong leadership, accountability. I think it will be much easier for the financing institutions to work with those kind of institutions to support the smallholder farmers. They have to have an arrangement that they're aggregated to be able to access finance, to access inputs, and to access markets, in my view. So maybe that's why we need to invest more. How do we build strong smallholder institutions? How do we, what is required to be done? We know we have the cooperatives, they've been there for many years, but they're not, most of them have not been doing very well. But I think there are some that are doing very well. Now, how can we pick from these that are doing well to really develop those that are not doing well? You know, depending on the particular commodity value chains. And sometimes, depending on the particular commodity value chain, one model may not apply, may not be scalable. We may have to be more commodity value chain specific to be able to deal with that particular problem. So somebody from the...
There is a contributor from online. He has raised his hand. Maybe...
Can you give him the floor to share his or her?
Jacqueline, maybe you can give some response to some questions or comments or any contribution. Welcome, Jacqueline.
Thank you. This is just to add on what Zelimo was saying. That is true. Farmers need to be organized. They're considered a much riskier group compared to others, of course. But if they're well organized and either through AMCOS, etc., that registered, but it also helps.
Jacqueline.
Yes.
Okay, maybe we can proceed while she's
I think
prepared.
we have challenges on the connectivity. Yeah, Geoffrey, please, you want to comment?
Thank you, Chair, and let me try to respond while representing some of the information that we've been gathering from the private sector, that we've been engaging in the process of preparing towards empowering the private sector to participate in the deal rooms starting last year up to now. One of the questions that we've been posing to the private sector, especially captains of businesses, what are your main concerns that you would think the government should prioritize in order for your business to grow and for you to be successful? They've been responding and prioritizing 2 or 3 issues. One is access to finance, the other one is the market, and the third one is the infrastructure. And also issues of predictability of policies have also been coming up as some of the key issues which the government needs to facilitate and create the environment whereby there will be appetite for investment. Now, issues of organizing smallholder farmers so that they can also be key players in agricultural development and transformation are key, but always as posed again today is how can we make sure that there will be increased participation, inclusiveness of smallholder farmers in agricultural transformation. This is a question which is consistent in Tanzania, but we can learn from what has happened in the rest of the world. The tool and organizations that have been successful elsewhere are many, but one of the most prominent is cooperatives. We know Tanzania has been one of the first countries in Africa to develop an organized or formalized cooperative movement way back in 1930s. But the question is, why is it not catching up and growing and showing the results while we have the majority of smallholder farmers? Probably the time has come where we need to revisit our policies, legislation, and how the cooperatives are managed. Cooperatives are private sector entities with public interest because they involve a lot of people. That's where the public interest comes in. But I think the time has come to make sure that they are being managed and operated in a way that can allow them to grow with much less interference and unpredictability, which has led into many losses, especially of property, and also not attracting the needed talent in leadership and management that can make them grow as any other businesses, organizations, especially in the private sector. That is my take on the cooperatives. On the other issue of access to knowledge, experience, which is needed in order to transform and allow businesses to grow, especially those ones that links with the smallholder farmers, let me give you an example. In the business of transforming productivity per unit area in Tanzania, the biggest market in Tanzania is actually the smallholder farmers. For example, if you're dealing in technology, let's say fertilizer, improved seeds, and also crop protection inputs, majority of your market will be smallholder farmers, however big your company is, whether you are Yara, Syngenta, Monsanto, or whoever, or even ASA. The market of your produce, whether it's fertilizer, seeds, or crop protection input, the majority of your market is smallholders. But how do you make sure that the smallholder will access your product and will use it in a way that it will give the expected returns to investment? You must make sure that that message on how to use that product reaches whoever that is purchasing that input. And that cost of transforming that knowledge should be embedded in the price. But do we have systems that can allow the purchaser of the technology to benefit from that knowledge? This is something which we need to facilitate in making sure that whoever is servicing the farmer is providing that information in order to increase production and productivity. At the moment, the model is to use the government extension workers, also the non-governmental extension workers, but there is increasing opportunity for the private sector to also play a key role in making sure that the knowledge is passed over to the smallholder farmers. Lastly, I wish to emphasize the role of the missing middle, which I mentioned during my presentation. There are very many. They're no longer missing, but probably they are neglected. We should listen to them. And these are the ones which we are going to promote in the agribusiness deal room. We should allow them to connect with the farmers which are either within their vicinity or they are the ones that they are trading with in providing the services that I've just given the examples on the access to technology and many other things. Of course, irrigation, financing, and also the advisory services. I'm glad to see a BDS here in the room. These are the businesses that we need to empower and make sure that they strive and grow because they are able to reach many more smallholder farmers. The models that we have used in the past, probably they need to be supplemented and given opportunity and new blood by involving the many businesses that are coming up, which we call them SMEs. This will be my contribution as of now. There are many opportunities many other issues which I will comment on when we have time. Thank you, Mr. Moderator.
Thank you very much, Mr. Kirenga Fusakot. I think you've really touched on a really core issue. how best we can really capitalize on aggregating the smallholder farmers on their traditional cooperative movement. We had very good functioning co-ops. Something happened. I think corrections can be made. It's matters of policy, matters of regulation. The basic principle about cooperatives is that they have to be members owned, members managed, members led. That's why we get the commitment of the cooperative. They have to feel that it is their institution. That's the basic principle of cooperatives. And I think that is the spirit which needs to be, reinvested in the cooperative movement. Karibu AKM Guilders. Elizabeth.
For me, from private sector, what I'm hearing from everybody, it's that a private sector is a solution. That's what I hear. But as private sector, what we feel, it's kind of we feel like pushed away from development. We hear that they need private sector, but we don't see that we are physically and genuinely needed. I'm saying this, it's because you sit in your office and you get a lot of compliments. I just got one at this particular, I was reading it, that you're doing a very good job. You're working with smallholder farmers. We've gone to Njombe, we've seen farmers. Yeah? Do you hear me? Oh, okay. I don't know. Maybe I can use this. It's okay now? All right. We get these compliments that we are working with smallholder farmers. Do you hear? It's okay. It's not okay.
Maybe this one. Hello? Hello? Do you hear me?
Most of the private sector agribusinesses, we get compliments. We get requests from government workers or leaders to visit our activities. But then when we really need the government to be on our side, we get challenges. So when we are visited, it's for a specific objective of that particular visit to showcase that private sector is doing something. But when we look at the business environment that surrounds private sector, especially in agribusiness, we are not understood. We are not given an opportunity to be understood on a side of challenges in agribusiness. It's very unfortunate that the leaders do not even understand the technical challenges in agribusiness. But what we hear is that agribusiness is the only solution for food security. What we hear, livestock is the only solution for food security and nutrition and health. But what we don't see, it is at least the support for improvement of business environment. What I just heard from TIC, I'm a TIC registered, but I don't even know how to get the information. You go to TIC offices, you don't get the information. Probably there must be a way to consolidate the needs of agribusinesses. There must be a way to map the models that work well for agribusinesses. We have a Kizimba model. You just heard him, what he said. We don't even know what type of crops should be cultivated on what reason, for what reason, or on what area. At the moment, livestock is struggling for soya. Livestock is struggling for maize. livestock is struggling for sunflower, but we hear there's tons and millions of tons have been sold or exported to India or China. So I'm asking, what is the strategy from the government? What is the commitment of the government? It should be a genuine commitment from the government side that livestock sector survives. We see investment in silos for human consumption, but we don't see silos consumption for livestock. Today, when we have drought, our animals will die. Tanzanians, including smallholders that we depend for food, will die because they will suffer malnutrition. So do we look at our strategies as a country to see exactly what are the gaps and how can we map these companies, the private sectors, that makes a difference in the country? We suffer, we invest, we take loans, we are not understood by the financiers, but financiers, policymakers don't understand even a small thing like a cycle of production. When we are talking about maize, they have cycle of productions. Do they understand that there are so many months that a farmer stays at home waiting for this grain of maize to come out of the farm? So I think there's much more to be done in terms of strategic thinking and strategic planning. Because these finances that are being positioned in government, we just had another question from a BDS provider. What are they for? Where are they? What do they do? What is the achievement? So when a smallholder farmer out there asks, are these meetings only for the aspect of using investment in, on their position of them being a smallholder farmer? Today, a smallholder farmer has maybe 10 acres. Would that smallholder farmer get financing? A private sector works with smallholder farmers. When we ask for working capital for smallholder farmers, we are not listened. So I don't know, I think there's a confusion out there. But we need agriculture and we need livestock. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Elizabeth, from the AKM Greeters. I think you've made very practical points from the business, from agribusiness viewpoint, and I'm sure the government, the public sector.
Ralph, where is the tissue? Which tissue?
Do you have a hand on the line?
No, the tissue there.
Okay, can you hear the intervention briefly? Karibu DPS.
Hello? I think you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you, PS.
Thank you very much. Yes, I've been listening, and that's why I said I'll make sure that I'm listening. And I was very active listener. Very active listener. Yeah. It is very true. There's a lot of concerns from the private sector. A lot of private sector thinks that the government is not doing enough. But I also do believe that the historical background of Tanzanians is not well known. For us, you know, I might look young a little bit, but I'm not that young. Close to 60, I've only 3 years to reach there. So, and growing up from the village, at the village in Dodoma, I know where we came from and where we are today. From 1970s all the way to early 90s, we are 100% socialist. I think my big our big brother or our uncle there, so to speak, the former PS, Paniel Talimo, knows very well that we came from the age of socialist, where production, marketing, and everything was being done by the government. And it is that mindset that in the 90s we were supposed to change. Now, to change a person who has lived all his life under socialism system, it is also a very challenging period. And there were changes, structural changes, and whatever. And we had a lot of business in people who came up in the 90s and early 2000s. But mostly we are not serious businessmen or individuals or business women. And they were just taking some opportunities of circumstances. So we continue to have a transformation. And now we are seeing a lot of new business enterprises which are very serious. And at the moment now, we have started to look back at where we are. Now, between 2000 all the way to 2015, we were struggling to feed the nation. A lot of people don't understand this. We are struggling to feed the nation. By 2015, we almost reached full sufficiency. From 2015 to date, we are building businesses, agro-businesses. A lot of agro-businesses started in 2015 onwards. So we are still a very young nation when we are talking about agribusiness, in terms of all the mindset in the private sector and the public sector. We cannot really say today we had this mindset long time ago. And that's why sometimes when you are doing something, you see some red tapes, but also you find a lot of some of the businesses, they are just trying to take advantage of the government. So all this we are seeing ourselves on both sides. Now, through this struggle, at one point we reach a point where we have all the needed solution. Let me cite some specific cases. From Kimaro, I think, Sugeko, we are talking about productivity of 4 tons per hectare. Still is not that sufficient, so to speak. We are supposed to talk about, for maize, we are supposed to talk about at least 8 tons per hectare, not 4, which you saw in Egypt. Okay, we are supposed to talk about 8 tons per hectare. In the US, the average productivity of maize is 10.4 tons per hectare. The current price, global price for maize is $150 per ton. Okay, now if somebody sells at around $150 per ton and you convert it into shillings, this person will get per hectare, will get 3.6 million shilling per hectare. Now the productivity in Tanzania is 1.55 tons per hectare. If he sells at the same price, he will get only 500,000 and around 530. 1,000 shillings. So how are you going to compete? It's impossible. And that's why, as Minister of Agriculture, our current strategy is to increase productivity. That is the critical issue to deal with. Now, we know that there is a competition currently between the animal industry and the human need for the same. And this competition is not going to stop today, and especially with our current productivity in the country. And that's why we can see competition in terms of soya, that we need soya for our animals in Tanzania, but China does not need soya for animal consumption. It needs for human consumption. And they are ready to pay a higher price for soya. They are buying it at for around 1,400 shillings per kilogram. Now, if you ask a person who is dealing with in the animal industry, or he would like to buy the same for around 400, 500 shillings per kilogram. So which market, as a farmer who toiled at his field, another person is ready to buy for 1,300 shillings, then you ask him to sell for only maybe 500, 600 shillings, maximum 700 shillings per kilogram with the current productivity. So that is not easy. But another thing is, those other countries like China India is ready to buy from Tanzania, because our agriculture is low input agriculture. With low input agriculture, you get a very better product that is not a lot of chemicals in terms of pesticides or herbicides or fertilizer. So you have low productivity but higher returns, because people are sure that what they are going to buy, even if at a higher price, they're going to get a good product. Now, product diversification for different markets is very important. Talking about the market for 100 million tons of maize in Egypt, it is true. The market is there. And by the way, it's not only about yellow market. They are ready even for white maize. However, the question is price. Those guys, they want to buy at $150 world market price. Now, when we talk about the same price in Tanzania, $150, it is a price not CIF price. It's a ex-warehouse at that price of $150. It's almost ex-warehouse. Now, if you add cost, transportation cost from maybe Iringa, Njombe, or wherever to the port, and the export cost, you find that you become uncompetitive. And the only challenge is productivity. Only productivity. So until we address issue of productivity and it is well understood and people change, we change, all of us, we change mindset. There is nothing going to change. Now, you can see now, recently, we had the proposal that in order to increase rural coverage of roads, which will lower cost of production, the government embarked on getting a certain fee from the mobile fees. The aim is to increase rural coverage in terms of roads. Currently, we have managed to connect all regions. We are supposed to go to districts, and beyond the districts, we are supposed now to go to feeder roads. We have so many feeder roads. Remember, we have not covered district to district tarmac roads. You know, we still have a challenge. And when we move to district is not enough. We are supposed to also cover feeder roads. Now, if we complain, there is to whom are we complaining? How much investment is required to have all the feeder roads? You just want a small feeder road from Dakawa to your farm. But everybody is asking those kind of roads. We want to have a feeder road to Mkulazi 1. But when you talk about Mkulazi 2, we have smallholder farmers who are growing sugar canes. We need feeder roads so that they can take their their cane to the factory. We need feeder roads in the cashew nut area, Tandahimba, to the villages to collect all the cashew nuts. Just there at Mkuranga, we need feeder roads. There are a lot of cashew nut being grown there. You go all the way to rural areas, you find some areas which are, in some cases, not well accessible. But we know our nation is growing. It doesn't mean that the government does not understand. And the government is putting a lot of money into rural roads and feeder roads construction. So maybe let me stop there a little bit on that. But I just want to talk about small businesses, about from the soya, because I did the analysis properly here. 40 companies were involved in export business for soya outside the country this year. 40 companies. Out of 40, 10 companies were the big companies, which managed to export more than 1,000 tons of soya outside the country. But then we had 16 companies which managed to export less than 200 tons, 16. These are the small companies, you know, where we can call medium-sized companies, okay? So out of 40, 16 were small companies managed to export less than 200, up to 200 tons of soybeans. So we are moving, we are not standing, and what we need is to encourage each other and to support each other. And the government is always there. There are challenges, we need to continue to change our mindset, but it's there, and it's our mindset is our mindsets are changing very fast. But we cannot say tomorrow will be completely different, and our mindset look like the Kenyans who have been practicing the private sector mindset since 1962, whatever, when they got the independence. Ourselves, we changed our policy over time. So our mindset will take more time, but we want to change as fast as we can. And we are ready to support the private sector. And we try to do a lot of intelligence, market intelligence, to understand challenges that we are facing in order to address those challenges. Thank you. I know I've taken a lot of time, but I think it was important to put a lot of clarification before you. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, DPS, for very important clarifications, which also took us into the history. And I'm sure changes are dynamic, and it's how it's going to continue to build up over time, you know, the working of business arrangements between the government and the private sector. I think this is what is most important. Now, for the interest of time, I would like to give a brief presentations from some of the SMEs who are here, who would like to make a presentation in their cases. We are going to hear from Sanavita Limited, who are members of Sugeko, and also from AKM Glitters. Can you make your presentation a little bit brief because we have some challenges that we have available for our online meeting. We've had very good contributions, but time is a challenge. Karibu sana Vita.
While waiting for the presentations, I think I can start. My name is Joseph. I'm the Managing Director from Sanavita Company Limited. Sanavita is the company with the goal of addressing malnutrition through involving in production, processing, and value addition of the agricultural produce. And we are dealing with the staple crops which are by in Tanzania, which are three. And first of it is orange flesh sweet potatoes. Second is provitamin A maize. And third is high iron and zinc beans. I think you can go faster, the presenter, please. Okay. As I said, Sanavita involving smallholder farmers to produce these crops because these are the staple crops that can be easily produced. And I said we are dealing with these three crops because our country is suffering from high rates of malnutrition and then mainly hidden hunger. If you go to statistics, you can see 45% of the women are iron deficient. I can say this is iron deficiency anemia, and for the kids, around 33% have vitamin A deficiency. And this is leading to 32% of the children being stunted. So how can we reduce these rates is through eating the nutritious crops. And if you look at sweet potatoes, maize, and beans, you can find all of them throughout our meals in the morning, in the evening, in the afternoon. So this is the way that you can address these issues through involvement of the smallholder farmers who can only produce, save for their consumption, and then they can sell excess for. So this is what we are currently doing, and the company in 2019, and we see there is a significant growth since we started. And we look forward for us to grow more as we are looking forward currently to expand our business. Currently, as said, we are producing our products in incubator. This is Sugeko incubation program. And we are using all the facilities from the incubator. So we see the challenges of meeting the demand of our market because we are sharing the facilities. So we are looking forward to step out from the incubator so that at least we can reach out of our customers. So we feel like in 3 years to come we will fundraise, and we are still struggling for us to fundraise so that we go out of the and we are lucky. Last year in 2020, we participated in the global pitch competition, and we came out as the winner for the Gain Food Technology Innovation Prize, and we got 2 prizes out of that. The first one was cash prize, which was 10,000 USD, and the second was a mentorship prize, and that helped us to acquire some of the machines that currently we are in the incubation, but we are using some of our machines. So if we keep on fundraising, I think we'll reach a point to acquire some of the funds for us to have some of the solar dryer and the like, because we are using solar dryer to dry out our sweet potatoes. Sweet potatoes are very rich in beta carotene, but this can be easily lost if you are drying just using direct to the sun, and about 80% will be lost. So using solar dry is helping us to minimize the losses, and the losses is less than 20%, which is highly acceptable. And that is helping us also to produce a very nutritious product for the kids. I think the main challenge currently, if you go to the market, is mothers are struggling to get what can I get for my babies? What can I get for complementary food for the babies? So that is a very big question that mothers are asking. So our innovation is bringing the very nutritious crop to the market with few ingredients, really nutritious, very affordable, that everybody can afford it because we are selling at a very normal price, and you can find our products in a very local market, because if you go to the market, you can just find this kind of the products, and you can go to our website for more information. Because of the time, I think that is enough. So my main comment is we are going to commercialization of agricultural produce. So can we think of including nutrition-sensitive agriculture in it? Because we are eating, and then what are we eating? Our processes can we reflect all the processes to what we are processing or what we are producing is highly nutritious, so that we save the women and children who are most vulnerable. Because if you talk of stunting, we are talking about the brain of the kids. If these the leaders of tomorrow, what do we expect if we have 2% of them, which is around 1 million of the kids are stunting? So what do we expect the leaders for tomorrow? So that is my main comment about agriculture and going to the processing and value addition in agricultural industry. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Sunny Vita. I think it has been a very interesting presentation. And again, let's really give them a hand. I think they're still in incubation, but they got a prize, $10,000, not a small achievement. Elizabeth, you are the next one. I'm sure you can highlight really on the issue where we need to connect. Yeah, where we have to connect and make things happen. Public and
where's my presentation? Hello, everybody. Thank you for Agra team to give me this opportunity to come and present on the behalf of poultry keepers and, of course, smallholder farmers from both livestock and agriculture. My name is Elizabeth Christopher Swai. I'm the Managing Director of AKM Glitters Company Limited. I found it myself in 2007. AKM Glitters, it is basically into integrated poultry business, and we are integrating in investment as well as smallholder farmer inclusion. I would start quickly with the update on poultry sector. These statistics update statistics, and some of the statistics were even mentioned in the budget speech. As you can see, in 2006, between 2006 and 2007, we had chicks growth in Tanzania reaching to 28.7 million. But when we are standing now today in 2020, as you can see, it's an increase to 55 million. That is 92% over increase. That demonstrates that poultry sector is growing. And once it's growing, that means egg production is also increasing. As you can see the numbers between 2019 and 2020, from 3.58 billion to 4.5 billion. And then we have commercial hatcheries increasing. The Ministry of Livestock is increasing its registration of hatcheries. As you can see, from 26 in 2019 to 28 2020 is a small increase, but hatcheries are not supposed to increase a lot, in large margins. We have also medium poultry farms, hatcheries, and animal feed, which continue to be registered and recognized by both ministries, livestock and agriculture. We had a challenge of COVID-19 in 2020 to this moment because Tanzania is dependent on parent stock imports from various countries in the world, as well as we are also depending on feed additives and all the ingredients for the animal feed production. That means from that challenge, we have to look at investment in grandparent stocks as well as industries to produce the feed additives. Compliance and monitoring of policies and procedures. Yes, we do have procedures, but the monitoring and evaluation of the implementation of those policies on the side of the government is not being done properly as how it's supposed to be done. Probably because of budgetary reasons, or probably because there are other reasons that we don't know, but there's a need for the ministries, both ministries, to monitor and make sure that the policies are implemented accordingly. Because without that, private sector loses against informal competition. We have informal sector, and informal sector does not invest much as informal sector is investing. For example, I'll give you an example. You have an informal hatchery that is buying an egg at 300 shillings, is competing with the private sector that is importing best seeds at $6.75 per chick, or $2.25 per hatching egg. And you're competing with informal sector who is not recognized by the government, who is not registered, who do not comply to prices, and they sell chicks expensive more than what formal sector is going through. So we are killing private sector. And then on the side of animal feed, at the moment we are competing between animal and exports and animal and human. So we are killing livestock sector. So I don't know what we're gonna do. I think Baba Limo just asked me where should we meet. Maybe I should ask the two ministries where should we meet, how should we plan, and how should we strategize. These are the data that I've just explained. As you can see, the graph, poultry is increasing. Now, that's the share of poultry increase. In 2021, those are the numbers you can see. It's in millions compared to 2016 as the earlier slide. As you can see, those are the shares. This part here I've already explained in the first slide. So can we move to another slide? Okay, that's Akem Glitters Company Limited. That's me in my poultry farm. So if you see me at poultry farm, I hold chickens, I pamper them, I kiss them. I love my chickens. We established in 2007. We started as a backyard poultry keeper with 250 chickens. At the moment, we are managing 2 operational parent stock farms with a total number of 45,000 parents. We are importing them from India. They are broiler. We are the only, and I'm repeating, the only company with authentic breed from India. Others are fake. We have invested, we got a loan from CIF, that is an external fund. We accessed that fund in 2009. We have already constructed a modern animal feed mill plant with a capacity of producing 240 metric tons of animal feed in a day, in 10 hours. So it's a huge, from backyard to this, with the business environment you can imagine, very complex. We also do rural development. When we do rural development, we engage smallholder farmers into poultry keeping. So we did a lot in terms of awareness, training, extension services. We are working in 25 regions of Tanzania, and we are working with more than 1.2 million smallholder farmers across Tanzania. We have established 480 franchises or agents, you may want to call it that way. So that's a work of AKM Glitters. We have invested so far $6.6 million. It's from loans, it's from grant, it's from revenue. We are keeping on investing, and we still have opportunities to invest. Our vision is we want every Tanzanian, including you in this room, to have an egg a day, because it's very important. So our mission is to have, we want to become the best provider in development, business integration, and with sustainability. That's what we want to be. Values, we are very valuable company. We deliver with the integrity, we deliver with respect to our smallholder farmers. We provide trainings. We are there to respond to smallholder farmers. I think that area needs a support. AKM Glitters needs a support. Farmers needs working capital. Farmers needs visits from not only extension officers from AKM Glitters, but even government extension officers. So our program, as I've said, that we are serially investing in a poultry value chain. We had started the breeding and hatchery. At the moment, we have feed operations, and we are also provide extension services in partnership with development partners. We do trainings, we do capacity building, marketing trainings, we do good practices trainings, and all that. That's not easy. And when we see the red part, those red parts needs investment. We need silos for livestock. We really need investment for livestock on storage, which will address agriculture post-harvest issues, and we will also solve the problem of struggling for grains between human consumption and livestock. We need livestock investment in storages. We also need research and development. Now that we have Corona, it's not easy to bring in breeds all the time from abroad. Last year, our company was affected because we had paid for parent stock since last year, 2020, June to December. That's when we got our first shipment that delayed the production for the whole year. I plead to the government officers, the officers that are working with the livestock, to understand again the cycle of production of our businesses. Because once you understand whether it's maize, whether it's soya, whether it's livestock, you will get to know when this company is losing and creating losses. Probably not because of our doing, because of other reasons. We have COVID-19, we have avian influenza. So if we have avian influenza in an importing country, we cannot import. So we break the production cycle. That's why this year and last year, Tanzania is suffering the scarcity of day-old. So what are we addressing? I think the SDG 1, SDG 2, SDG 5, and SDG 8. So we contribute to economy from the company side and from the smallholders. Because our program make sure smallholder farmers, the poultry keepers that we are working with, are supplied with everything, we monitor them, and they get profit. SDG 2, nutrition. SDG 5 and 10, gender or women inclusion. Our program involves 70% of women inclusion. And then employment creation. This is our model. We include smallholder farmer. So we produce feed. The company takes the burden of importing the good breed, and we produce day-old chicks. We invest in vaccines, drugs, and equipment from other suppliers, and then we package it as a package and take it to smallholder farmer wherever that farmer is. If you call it Kerwa, we are in Kerwa. If you call it wherever, we reach there. So our workers work so hard to reach smallholder farmers. So we okay, this is our model. We have two parts of the model. We are moving from we have development model and we have commercial wing. Where we are heading is commercial wing. We are graduating smallholder farmers. They are coming to commercial. In commercial side, they have to rear more than 10,000 chickens in 4 batches. That means there will be no break of cells at a farmer. So the smallholder farmers on the other side, which is development wing, they are small, they need help, they need training, they need monitoring. When they graduate, they go to full businesses on the other side. But then what drive them to be on this other side as full businesses? They need investments. We have invested in hatchery, parent stock farms, and feed mill. But then we have to invest on processing of eggs and processing of meat, so that all that is produced by farmers, both small and commercial, should have a processing plant, add value and sell to export markets and in local markets. But then you see there's commercial brooder units, and then you have commercial farmers. Okay. Can I have a little bit of time? Then the commercial brooders keep the chickens for 5 weeks. They sell to commercial farmers. Commercial farmers sell to the processing plants. So the bankers, you have people to lend. You can lend to brooders, you can lend to commercial farmers, then we can have a market on abattoir. On the side of feed mill, you can see farmers. We are looking at contracting them to do production of grains. Yeah, let's go ahead. Okay, these are just attributes. It's a good breed. It's huge. Production is high, egg and meat, and then it also has a high resistance of diseases against local chickens. Can we move ahead? I'm told that time. So far, these are our achievements. I've already mentioned them. We are working in 25 regions. We've established 480. 70% of those franchises are women-owned, and 30% are family units. And then we are working directly with 1.2 million smallholder farmers, and they are benefiting their family members, at least 4.8 million beneficiaries. Can we move ahead? Sustainability, I've already said before, sustainability depends with high level leadership commitment. If a president of Tanzania stands today and make a genuine commitment to invest in agribusinesses and livestock businesses and put up efforts and money and investment, technology, digitalizing agriculture, put all these efforts into agriculture, Tanzania is going to be level. These ones are just opportunity for investment. I've already said that. We have warehousing investments. We have grandparent stocks. We have abattoir, processing plant, egg boiling. We have tractors on the side of the smallholder farmers with maize. We have a lot of investment, and we have arable land. That is an opportunity for us. So this is very interesting, especially this picture. This picture here is, we are working with young mothers, the girls that are 15, 16, 18 years, and they've been impregnated by men and left out. So we are also working with those. We are impacting them with business skills, and today, these are 21, set of 21, they're business people, they're selling chickens, and they're taking their children to school. We are working with government, we are working with women, we are working with other donors. Our farmers use mobile phones. I bled, I cried, I remember I called Kirenga, what is this? Our farmers, we communicate with our farmers through call center. They receive messages from phones. And today, we are suffering. We can't do that again, so we've stopped. So it's very hard for us to continue. We were using pushing messages. We are using money transactions. But now, the small profit that we made for them is now being consumed. So we also plead for the farmers. Yeah. These are our partners. We have various partners. We have Agra, SAGCOT. IRI, we have programs that we are doing there. They are not financially funded, but we are doing a research on the marketing, how to involve women into poultry business through brooder systems. We have SIF. They've lent us $1 million for construction of the feed mill. We have other government partners like Meat Board, TPBA, Ministry of Agriculture. You see ASAS there. ASAS is a cattle project, but we cut across cattle, so we bring in chickens. So we can even bring chickens to Sugeko. We have a project that we've launched like last week with Sugeko, that is Kilimo. We are bringing in chickens and we are buying grains. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Elizabeth A.K.M. Glitters. I think it's a really great, very good success story, which we would like to see it actually be replicated over and over again. I'm sure there is a lot that we can learn from this. And I think the most important is really the connections, the partnerships that have to work with the private sector. But we see what, small, medium-scale kind of businesses really can do in terms of contributing to the transformation. Now, very quickly, 2 or 3 more comments about a minute each. We really have a big constraint on the time that we have for connection. I think we are going to hear from, I have 2 more speakers, Joydon, G2L, and then Wakulima. Very quick comments.
Asanteni sana. Kama nilivyojitambulisha zamani, naitwa Joyce Kimaro, mkurugenzi mtendaji wa Joydon Steel Limited. Sisi ni watengenezaji wa unga bora wa mahindi. Tumekuwa sokoni kwa mwaka wa 9 sasa. Nitaongea ni contribution kutoka kwenye experience niliyoipata kwa hii miaka 8 ya kuwa kwenye biashara ya kutengeneza unga wa mahindi. Kwanza ni washukuru kwa hii initiative ya kuboresha sekta ya kilimo Tanzania, na sisi tukawa ni moja kati ya wanufaika wa plani hii. Ni washukuru sana wadau wote. Katika huu mpango mzima wa kuboresha sekta ya kilimo, kuna jambo ambalo nadhani kwangu mimi sasa niseme ni pendekezo. Kwenye biashara hii ya unga wa mahindi, kwetu sisi tunaozalisha unga wa mahindi, na changamoto kubwa sana ambayo tumekutana nayo pale tunapojaribu kuzalisha unga ambao ni bora sana kwa matumizi ya Mtanzania na matumizi ya wateja wengine ambao wako nje ya Tanzania. sumukuvu, kwa Kiingereza wanasema aflatoxin. Aflatoxin ina madhara mengi sana, na kwa bahati mbaya sana hatuizungumzii sana na kuipa kipaumbele kikubwa sana ya jinsi na utaratibu wa kui-overcome. Lakini pia watumiaji wa unga wa mahindi, ambao unga wa mahindi ndio chakula kikubwa sana Tanzania sana. Asilimia zaidi ya 97 ya Watanzania tunakula unga wa mahindi na tunakula kila siku. Hii sumu tunaila. Lakini sijajua ni kwa sababu gani nguvu kubwa haijawekwa kwenye jinsi na utaratibu wa kulitatua hili tatizo. Kuna mwaka fulani hivi sikumbuki, walikufa watu Tabata, Babati, kwa sababu ya kula ugali ambao sumukuvu imezidi. Kwa hii ni shida. Tunapokuwa tunatengeneza huu unga wa mahindi, sisi tunanunua mahindi direct kutoka kwa wakulima. Wakulima ambao pia nadhani kwa ufahamu wangu wapo kwenye mpango wa kuwezeshwa ili kuleta mazao bora, lakini pia kujaribu kufanya kilimo chao kiwe kilimo biashara. Wakulima hawa wengi ni wale wadogo sana. Na teknolojia wanazozitumia kuendesha kilimo chao ni teknolojia za chini sana. Na kama kuna mpango wowote ambao upo kwa ajili ya kuwaboresha hawa wakulima wenyewe, vichwani vyao kitu kilichokuwepo ni kuleta, yani kuvuna mazao mengi zaidi. Lakini nadhani ni kwenye hii sekta ya kilimo, nitaongelea mahindi tu kwa sababu ndio kitu ambacho mimi ninadili nacho. Mkulima anatakiwa kupata mavuno mengi zaidi. Lakini pia hawa wakulima wamekuwa wakilalamikia kuhusu soko. Na sisi tumepata bahati ya kuwezeshwa na AGRA na IDB Bank ili tuweze kucreate market kwa hawa wakulima ambao tumejitahidi sana. Lakini yale mahindi tunayoyachukua sisi kutoka kwa wakulima, kiwango cha sumukuvu ni kikubwa mno. Na teknolojia tulizoziweka ndio tunashukuru zinaweza kutatua hili tatizo, lakini ni kwa kiwango fulani. Kuna mahali ambapo inafika hata teknolojia tulizokuwa nazo tunazozitumia zinashindwa ku overcome hii shida ya sumukuvu. Lakini sasa pia najiuliza maswali, ni watu wangapi wanaozalisha unga wa mahindi wanatumia teknolojia ambayo mimi naitumia? Ni wachache. Kwa hiyo Watanzania wengi tunakula huu unga ambao una hii sumu. Wito wangu sasa kwenye huu mpango mzima wa kuboresha sekta ya kilimo, hebu hawa wakulima mbali ya kuwezeshwa kulima na kupata mazao mengi, pia waelimishwe sumukuvu inatokana na nini na inaepukika vipi. Mahindi yale wanayalima na sumukuvu inatokana na fangasi, kwa kidogo kile ambacho nimesoma. Mahindi yaliyooza, fangasi, unyevunjevu ndio unaleta hii sumu. Wakulima wale kama wangeelimishwa vizuri, wangeweza kuanika mahindi yao vizuri, wangeweza kuhifadhi mahindi yao vizuri, wangeweza kutumia, naambiwa kuna kitu kinaitwa anti-aflatoxin wakati wa kupanda mahindi yao. Kama wangekuwa wameelimishwa, yani elimu ingekuwa imetolewa ya kutosha kabisa kuhusiana na hichi kitu, tusingekuwa tunapata addressed, waelimishwe, waelewe, alafu tutafute wa kuwafanya waweze kuovercome hii shida. Tukifanya hivyo hata masoko itakuwa sio shida, kwa sababu mimi nina access ya kuuza unga wangu wa mahindi kwenye nchi za jirani, lakini nina kwa kwenye kiwango cha sumukuvu na kitu kingine kinaitwa heavy metal. Sasa mashine zangu mimi zinaweza zikaovercome hiyo aflatoxin, lakini hii heavy metal imeshindwa kabisa. Lakini chimbuko ni huku kwa wakulima wetu. Kwa narudia tena, katika mpango mzima huu ambao ni wa kuwezesha sekta ya kilimo, hawa wakulima hebu waelimishwe vya kutosha kuhusiana na kile wanachokizalisha. Asanteni.
Asante sana Joy Domo, nashukuru ujumbe umefika. Ninavyoelewa mimi ni kwamba kwa karibu labda miaka mitatu sasa serikali imeanzisha program kubwa sana ya kutatua hili tatizo la sumu kuu, ikiwa ni pamoja na kujenga magara, lakini nafikiri vile kuna elimu inatolewa kwa wakulima, lakini nafikiri ujumbe hapa ni kwamba we need to do more. Tatizo ni kubwa sana, lakini nafikiri serikali imeshaanza mipango ya kupunguza tatizo hilo. GL2, karibu. You can speak from there if you.
Habari za mchana. My name is Gaudensia Bakilile. I work with G2L company. We are agro-processor and trading company. We based in Southern Highlands, the place called Makambako. Many have been said since this morning. I'm going to go directly on how I benefit with a deal loan. And it was in 2019 when I was able to participate in deal loan in Ghana. And it was my first time to participate in deal loan. So I got a lot of challenges. First of all, how to teach myself in order to convince those investors on how to get the fund which I was looking. But also, I come to realize that most of the investors, they were looking for company or SMEs whose turnover was more than 1 million USD or to 3 million USD. And most of SMEs, we are not qualified. So we go back and provide feedback for the organizer. And thanks God, on 2020, last year, when we participate, most of the investors were looking for any company whose turnover even below 1 million USD. So we thanks AGRA for all effort they made toward this. Currently, through deal, I'm in negotiation with, I met a lot of investors, but I qualify for one investor called the ABC, and now we are in a negotiation regarding to getting that fund. Thank you.
Thank you very much. The next speaker, Wakulima.
Hello. Is it on? Is it on? Okay, thank you. Yeah, my name is Pasco Mchunda from Wakulima Agri-Food. We are based in Bukoba. We engage the little smallholder farmers, mainly women and youth, in the production of organic orange fresh sweet potatoes. These sweet potatoes are fortified. They are rich in vitamin A, nutrients and minerals. Specifically for addressing malnutrition in Tanzania and perhaps upon growth across the sub-Saharan Africa. I know that colleagues here, Jolenta and Mr. Kimario, you have been in the same field. I think we shall be talking one language. This sector is, at least the crops are very new in Tanzania. So for so many years, different partners such as AGRA, International Potato Center, CIP, IITA, ITA, they have been in the programs to find which varieties are the best fit for the for promoting for higher productivity in Tanzania. Because I have been attending the AGRF summits since 2016, I have met I have met different partners, different investors, but the challenge was one, as has been cited by my neighbor here, that many of the investors target the SMEs with a certain amount of annual turnover. Now, if we have the annual turnover from maybe 250,000 US dollar, you cannot get the investor. But lucky enough, this year we came across the ABC fund with the support from AGRA, because we have been in collaboration. And last year we attended one of the agribusiness deal room. So we are in the negotiation with the ABC fund to make sure that we can get, we can secure the investment fund to extend our operations in Kagera and the neighboring regions. This is very important because we have been working with Nestle. We are trying to engage Nestle Group. I hope you know Nestle. Nestle is the largest distributor, process and distributor of nutritious food products across the world. They have about 2 billion consumers per day. Now we are negotiating with the Nestle. I think it's high time for us, who are the processor of orange fresh sweet potato in Tanzania. We have the opportunity to work with Nestle. They need a lot of tons of orange fresh sweet potatoes, which we are good in collaboration with Mr. Kimario and Jorenta. We shall have some more discussion on that, on how we can work together to supply the market needed by the Nestle. For the past 2 years before the coming of the COVID-19 pandemic, we were discussing with Nestle on how to replace wheat with the OFSP in their highest selling product, Cerelac and Cerevita. We are like that we are on the good progress, and now we need to have the investment fund to make sure that we can produce high and process large quantities of orange fresh sweet potatoes by considering all the standards, of which are one of the challenges again in Tanzania. There are some standards of which you need to meet, including organic certifications and the other standards for food standards. Those are the things we need to have a lot of investment to make sure that we can address all those challenges. If you are talking about unemployment gaps, then we need to invest much in the SMEs. Now, as development partners, the government, if you see the development budget for the sector of agriculture, there was someone from the Ministry of Finance, I don't see him now, but if we go back to rural, at the local government, they have zero funding for the development for agriculture sector. They have zero funding. If you ask the district agricultural officer, how much do you have in your budget for this year to promote agriculture? It's zero. They just pay salaries and stay there. Now we need to invest very heavily in the local government so that the other non-financial activities that need support from the government, they should be implemented. That we could do, create an enabling environment for we as investors to, we as SMEs to make sure that we can really work together with these farmers who have all the qualities to produce the quality and the quantity produce we need to process in our processing industries. The other thing is the issue of finance, as it has been said. Maybe we should go back as to the strengthening of the this ushirika. Ushirika is very important to farmers. Although, as one has said, they are being interrupted by the government. There are a lot of regulations, a lot of policies that are interrupting this ushirika, these farmer cooperatives, because they have the interest with the government. Now, we need to see how we can regulate them so that they can be strong, independent, with good governance, to make sure that they can push the agricultural transformation in the country without regulating them, but in a way that they are free to implement the good, available, enabling environment and be able to deliver. It will be very difficult. For us, as we are working with the farmers, we are really even seeing that there is a threat when we shall promote the farmers cooperatives so that they can be able to produce what we need. Because as you promote the farmers cooperative, then the government comes in and starts destabilizing these cooperatives, and then they cannot work better. So we need to see how we can re-regulate these farmers, but in a way that they can be strong and competent to deliver at farm level, so that we can get high quality produce from these farmers for our production needs. Thank you.
Asante sana. Very good presentation from the wakulima. They need the finance, but also they need the support for institutions. Now, two quick comments from Minister of Industries, followed by livestock, and then fisheries. Karibuni.
Thank you. So before the implementation of the program that takes shape in the context of the implementation, we've formed a few committed technical groups, and we've mentioned about this working group on agro-industrialization Tanzania, and that draws members from different stakeholders, and I will be mentioning them later. But also the thematic working group on the on AIT will be a thematic working group on the ASDP2 component, and that will be part of the TAIDF coordination mechanism, in which the output will feed into the TCDs, these technical groups, which is the main advisory committee to the System Committee of Agricultural Sector Aid Ministries. So this thematic working group have the objectives of coordinating the agro-industrialization activity in Tanzania by facilitating the peer-to-peer networking for public and private sector, and private sector actors to exchange knowledge, experience on what it takes to fast track and sustain agro-industrialization in Tanzania. And to TADF implementation, mobilization, monitoring of development effectiveness, knowledge management, and lesson sharing. So just for a part of the ministries to play a leading role in raising awareness and highlighting the importance of TAIDF to the stakeholders. And more important, in accordance to their blueprint, it takes the objective of exploring, prioritizing, and sequencing appropriate policy framework and intervention for agro-industrialization proactively, taking into consideration that good policy framework and intervention will evolve over time and respond to community needs, progress, and technological development. So we have a function, the function that we expect that thematic working group to operate on. We have the list there, but members from the private as well as public institution, because this working group is multi-sectoral, and it involves both the government institutions, private institutions, NGOs, development partners, as well as producers. So we do have a good number of members whom we are proposing to be engaged, but we can still co-opt as many as we can so that we could be able to cooperate, because industrialization agenda demands cooperation with much more number of stakeholders. But we do have the governance framework in which this is not solely the government business, but to make sure that also the private part do play the role. And apparently we have the co-chair from the private sector, that is TCCIA, and on the part of the government is the Minister of Industry and Trade. We do have the challenge of resources to facilitate the operationalization of that kind of committee, but I think in terms of the engagement that we're going to have, we'll have to find a way on how we can move forward in terms of making sure that the engagement of the private sector and the government gives tangible results in terms of the agro-processing initiative. So our request on the part of the ministry is to see that we do get the engagement and cooperation from all stakeholders so that the industrialization agenda does not become a mere verbatism. We need commitment and engagement, but joint efforts to agro-industrialization, collaboration, as well as the support. We know we need the financial as well as the non-financial support to make things happen. These few remarks, thank you all.
Okay, thanks. I also, on behalf of Fisheries DPP, I would like to give a short comments on the following. First of all, in fisheries, there is an opportunity in aquaculture farming. Though for the attendants who have attended here, I have not seen anyone who is concerning with the fisheries at all. Now, there is an opportunity in opening of aquaculture farmings These ones are very important, and they can support. They support the majority of the people in the local areas if they engage themselves in aquaculture farming. Then they can gain profit at the same time they get nutritious food. Secondly, there is an opportunity in the investment of fish feeds. Now there is a high demand for fish feeds. Therefore, there is an opportunity in that area. If there is any investor who is willing to invest in the fish feeds, then there is an opportunity. Another part is the production of fish by making fish cages, especially in the marine as well, marine as well as freshwater lakes. You can make cages there and have you can make cages there and just make a fish, make aquaculture in the cages in the areas, then we can produce more. Another part that I think is very important is in fishing processing industries. If we invest in fishing processing industries, then we are in a position to reduce post-harvest loss. Most of fish are being lost. They get rotten because there is enough food processing, fish processing. Is that since the government is having much initiatives in making sure that blue economy is being utilized well, then, and the government by then is in the process of initiating a fisheries cooperative, Tanzania Fisheries Corporation, and it is on process. Now we do hope that by the use of that corporation, then we are in a position of increasing government revenue through the corporation, as well as fishing in a deep sea, because we are in a situation of getting fishing vessels, as we have heard from the IFAD. We are expecting to get funds from IFAD so as to acquire fishing vessels, especially big ones that will be used in fishing in a deep sea. Another that we've invested in, we have got a research institute. Therefore, I think we have to invest more in research. By using research, then we can use the data or the information from the research and make more decisions so as to improve the fishing industry. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Now it's for livestock, then Minister of Finance.
Thank you very much. My name is Mbaraka. My name is Mbaraka Stambuli. I work with the Ministry of Livestock and Fisheries. First of all, I would like to congratulate all the comments from private sector, but I'll give a snapshot of the efforts that the government is not in the tune of counterbalancing what the views and comments of private sector were. What the government has done are in three categories. The government has the government has a and the government is an enabler. We conducted a brief survey in the dairy industry, and asked our dairy sector stakeholders on what are the issues that you think the government should do in order to promote processing of dairy products. There was a long list of issues, but one of them were the high charges on the government side, especially the VAT and other duties. As a result, the government in the fiscal year 21-22 has removed all VAT on milk cans, which was an issue. Stakeholders, also the government moved all VAT on milk, dairy, packaging materials, so the VAT is now rated. We also asked our health and skin stakeholders on the charge, and they say they are facing high prices of facilities, equipments for processing health and skin. As a result, the government in the fiscal year 21-22 has removed all import duties for equipments which are used for health and skin processing, which was charged 25% of the FOB value. Also, we've tried to put a favorable business environment for those business people who are dealing with fall kind beef, sheep and goat meat, because in the past we used to charge export duty of 1,150 TZS for a kilo of beef and 50 shillings for a kilo of sheep and goat meat. Currently, in this fiscal year, we are only charging per permit. We don't charge on the value of the meat exported. Rather, we are charging with permit. So every single permit that a businessman or a woman will request is charged around exactly around 110,000 TZS. Smallholder farmers, we try to organize the smallholder milk producers through construction of milky collection centers. As we know, our dairy farmers are partially away from each other, so it's very difficult for dairy processors to access those milk. And actually, we are currently trying to build up the cooperatives in livestock sector. It's unfortunate that the old form of cooperatives were biased from the very design, from the very beginning, because most of the cooperatives were based on the conventional cash crops. So recently, we're trying to build up the cooperatives in livestock sector, in particular, which is a kind of influence. And I call upon the private sector to be the driver's seat, I think, in developing and mentoring the private cooperatives. As what Kirenga said, a cooperative is private with a public interest. So we call upon the private sectors to initiate, formulate, and mentor these cooperatives, and the government will be there to make sure that the legal framework, the legal issues, the quality assurance issues, the quality control issues are taken care. So that is the government role as an enabler. Another role that the government has been doing in promoting agricultural sector is the government as a facilitator. Recently, there is a pop-up of so many meat processing industry in Tanzania. In the last 3 years, 5 big processors of meat came into being. Our role as the ministry is to make sure that these industries access or get good quality meat that satisfy the needs of the market, especially on the quality. And there, as the ministry, we are organizing a beef cattle keepers to engage in the cattle factory. Okay, I think we're short of time. So for the interest of time, I would like to hand up my snapshots on the effort the government is doing in supporting agricultural transformation. Thank you.
Minutes of finance, then TAMISEMI 0.5 minutes.
Asante, habari za wakati huu. Ni kwa uchovu. Naitwa Isaac Wilson kutoka idara ya uchambuzi wa sera, Wizara ya Mipango. Nashukuru kwanza kwa uchangiaji kutoka kwa private sector na public. Mimi naomba nigusie masuala kadhaa ambayo serikali hadi sasa hivi amefanya katika kuhakikisha kwamba kilimo kinaendelea kuwa mojawapo ya sekta muhimu zaidi katika nchi, kwa kuzingatia kwamba 27% ya pato la taifa linatoka kwenye kilimo, lakini pia 24% ya export yote kwa nchi sasa hivi inatoka kwenye kilimo. Katika hotuba yake ya alowasilisha bungeni mwaka huu, waziri wa kilimo, miongoni mwa vipaumbele 7 alivyovitoa katika kuongeza tija na uzalishaji kwenye kilimo, kuna baadhi ya vitu alivigusia. Moja, kuundwa kwa tume ambayo itapitia tax system yote kwenye value chain ya kilimo. Lakini 2, budget ya TARI ambayo ni institution inayojihusisha na masuala ya research itaongezeka kutoka 7% kutoka bilioni 7.35 ambayo ilikuwa imepangwa 2019-2020 kwenda bilioni 11.63 ambayo ni ongezeko la 58%. Lakini pia kuanzisha Research Development Fund kupitia sheria ya TARI ya mwaka 2016. Na swala lingine hapa aliongea kwamba kuna issue na kupata mikopo. Kwa kuzingatia hilo, wizara imeanzisha tathmini ya upatikanaji wa mikopo kwa wakulima wadogo ambayo itafanya katika mwaka huu wa fedha. Kupitia tathmini hiyo, yale ambayo yatabainika kuwa ni changamoto kwa wakulima kufanywa kazi. Lakini swala lingine la kukumbusha, niseme kukumbusha au kuliweka liwe clear, ni kuna issue ya channeling ya information. Hili ni tatizo kiukweli kwa Tanzania. Information zipo kwamba serikali inafanya nini kwa private sector na kwa ajili ya nini, lakini unakuta information zile haziwafikii walengwa katika proper time, lakini walengwa hasa wa hiyo kwa wanufaika na hizo strategies ambazo ziko kwa serikali. Mfano, kuna kipindi tulikuwa tunafanya tathmini ya GPG, huu mfumo wa kulipia kwa control number wa serikali. Asilimia kubwa sana watu tulikuta hawajatambua hata kwamba kwenye simu kuna application ya GPG ambayo unaweza ukalipa luku ukafanya chochote kuhusu control number ukiwa kwenye simu yako. Kwa hiyo kuna shida hiyo. Lakini jambo lingine ambalo wizara tunasisitiza ni kwamba katika kuomba budget na katika mipango ya private na public sector ni muhimu kuzingatia mpango wa miaka 5 wa maendeleo ya taifa ambao tumeanza kufanyia utekelezaji wake mwaka huu 2021 kwenye mwaka wa fedha huu hadi 2026. Private sector tunawaomba sana, mnapokuwa mnapanga mipango yenu, hakikisheni mnafuatilia mpango umeshatoka. Kwa taarifa zaidi unaweza ukauona, upo kwenye website ya wizara, unaweza ukauona, ili kwamba mipango ambayo tunaifanya iendane basi na decision ambazo nyinyi mnazifanya. Baada ya kusema hayo, naomba niseme asante.
TAMISEMI. Yeah, just want to clarify 2 issues. One is to inform, especially the private sector, that all local government authorities in Tanzania have what we call the District Agricultural Development Plan, where they prioritize the priority commodities that need to be developed in a period, a certain number of years, and they have most set 5 years. So if you want to develop or to engage in agriculture in a certain local government authority, you need to consult or to discuss with the officials at local government authorities, where you can have an opportunity to know what are the priority commodities in that district. Second is a clarification that for this financial year, local government authorities have budgeted 68 billion Tanzania shillings for agriculture. Just wanted to clarify because one speaker mentioned that they have a zero budget. It's not true. We have a budget of 68 billion at local government authority level for agricultural development. If the speaker wants to have more clarification, then we have time, we'll talk and discuss more. Thank you.
Let me thank all those who made very useful comments and presentations. We are now coming to the near end of our meeting today. And before I call upon the country manager to say towards closing of the meeting, the information I have so far is that I think the meeting has been really, I think the participants 37 in the room and more than 40 they are online. So I think it has been, the attendance has been really, in my view, very impressive. I'm sure we have connected as we are speaking, as we are making presentations, as we raise the issues, connecting. Business is connecting with business and business has been connecting with the government. Both sides have been listening. So I'm sure this connection will continue throughout the year as has been recommended by our the Deputy Permanent Secretary, Professor Tumbo, that the activity has to really be an year round as it is supposed to operate. So, Vianney, you have the floor. And before I forget, the big program which the government is implementing to control aflatoxin is called the Tanzania Initiative for Preventing Aflatoxin Contamination. So there is a program. So I think there is, again, as has been mentioned, information is not really going out as aggressively for people to know what the government is doing. But I think there is quite a number of programs. The government is working for the private sector to address very strategic issues in agriculture. Karibu Vianney.
Sana mzee. Always honored to have him at the meeting. Members of this particular forum, non-government organization, donor partners. This meeting was very important having you here. Importantly for us, all of us, is that as we move towards the main event, because this is some sort of a preparation launch that we are prepared for the main event. Most importantly for us as we go to the main event is how do we harmonize our efforts? How do we harmonize our pitch? I heard Professor Tumbo talking about, why are you complaining about this? So most important, I think, is how do we positively look at the things that are happening on the ground that can attract more investment coming forward. And you could see most of the challenges we have, actually we could easily transform them into around here. For them, it's an opportunity. They have been bringing a lot of products because of the problem they see on the ground. And much about what Professor Tumbo is going to talk about. As you know, Professor Tumbo is my professor, he taught me, so I don't want to preempt him so that he can take back. So Professor Tumbo, if you're online, I would want to welcome you to give us some remarks around what you heard from the floor, but more of closing this meeting, which is actually the beginning of the agribusiness deal. From the world. So, and if you want to, I think that, Professor Tumbo.
Hello. Hello, everyone. I think maybe being heard. Okay, yes. Thank you very much. Yeah. Let me say that I listened a lot and very carefully to the private sector, and I can say this, the medium-sized, the SMEs who came and pitched, basically presented their companies, what they are doing, and what are the challenges. It is extremely important, extremely, I'm using the word extremely important, that we address challenges that have been posed by the private sector. And maybe sometimes we might be solving a different problem. We might be thinking in some cases, these guys, they need investors, but maybe what they need is to streamline the business environment in the country. That's what I've learned. They need the government to address some of the issues which by themselves it will not be possible for them to address. Very few have heard that their interest really is on the capital investment. Their interest is on the market. Most of the presentation showed that the market is there, but the environment is the one that is very challenging. And it is important that we take note of what the SMEs have presented and see how we are going to address them. So the key issue, and I repeat, it seems it's not that they are looking for somebody to invest into their businesses. They are looking at the removing the non-tariff barriers or non-financial barriers which currently they are facing. And if we can take that, I can say almost is 70 to 80% of what I've heard is along that line. They are not looking for somebody to come and put more money into their businesses. Their businesses is there, it's growing, it's sound, but it's facing a lot of challenges. What I heard is that importation of whatever from outside is cheaper compared to what the cost that somebody enters here within the country if we want to do the same. I do believe that the government has done a lot from the side of crop agriculture. What I can say is that you can see we have changed some import duty policy of oil, cooking oil from outside, so that we can increase we can create a better environment for internal production and processing of sunflower oil. So the same is for palm oil. That's just one example, but another example is on wheat flour. we have done the same. And let me say that we are doing a lot in that line. I still repeat again, those who have been taking notes from this meeting, let's identify what is the actual problem of our SMEs so that we can address those. Maybe after we address those, maybe they will say, now we want more investment. So let's take note of what they have said. Let's try to address what they have said so far. I just want also to just say a little bit, just a little bit on aflatoxin. As already Mr. Lim has said that currently we have a project which is worth 20 billion. I think is it 20 billion or 20 million US dollars that we are investing just to address the issue of aflatoxin. Currently in my office, I have a drawing of a very big laboratory to deal with the aflatoxin. I was going through this central laboratory which we are going to build here at Mtumba, just to address the issue of aflatoxin. We are going to have a state-of-the-art facility at Kibaha, and another one at Kibaigwa. We are building a lot of structures which are addressing aflatoxin around the country, all the way to Zanzibar. That is Tanzania mainland and Zanzibar. Training is being conducted. We have already started, including those areas that was mentioned. This was Babati, but basically it was Chamber. That is ongoing training. TBS is part of the process. SIDO is training smallholder farmers, but also manufacturers of storage systems, small storage system at household level. We have an MOU with SIDO to do that, and VETA, training the VETA students to address the issue of toxin. But as I said initially, that training at a low level for all smallholder farmers, that is from the project point of view. But AGRA has done a lot to address aflatoxin. I have visited Katavi and Rukwa. The farmers now knows what to do with after harvesting of the crop. But even what we are saying during a production process, from planting all the way to harvesting, we are giving that education. So we know the outcome will not be realized like today. We expect it in 2 years, we'll be at a much better position in addressing the issue of aflatoxin. Now, again, I want also to mention that it is important that we understand the world much better. Right now, people are talking about nutrition, and I really liked when I heard the word nutrition-sensitive agriculture. Nutrition-sensitive agriculture is critical in looking at how we move forward with our agriculture. And maybe it is important to know why soya is so popular in the world. When you look at soya compared to eggs, I had a presentation on eggs production. When you compare soya and eggs in terms of energy, protein, oil, calcium, and oil, soya outperforms almost every crop you can talk about. When you look at the amount of iron in soybean, is about 7% out of every 100 grams, compared to eggs, which is only 2. When you look at the amount of calcium in soya is 200, while in eggs is only 55. When you look at the amount of protein in eggs is only 13, in soybean is 40. So we need now, when we are embarking into more future agriculture, let's look at the nutrition. People are looking more on nutritional stuff, and you can market your product based on nutrition content, nutritional content, especially oil, protein, iron, calcium, and other parameters which are very critical. So let's start to change our mindset and sell quality products at a good price, and also even sensitize people to eat more nutritious food by looking at nutritional content of the product, not about the product being famous. So this is the different now approach into how we should start looking at things. Again, let's address what the private sector wants us to address. If they want real investment, let's go to investment. If they really need money from the bank, let's go and look at how they can access money. But if there are red tapes, let's remove those red tapes. What I've heard a lot is about red tapes. Thank you a lot, and let's look forward to the next big meeting. Thank you.